Sven has, I don't know, as much as the Aghanims is helping him out, he's still just as susceptible to kiting as ever before. I'm always skeptical that if Sven's the primary initiator or even the secondary initiator, unless you can insta-burst someone, it's difficult to really finish off a fight. And so Dark Willow with a Terrorize is actually what I'm most concerned about for Sven. Forget the rest of her kiting abilities. It's mainly the fear that I find is going to cause a lot of issues for the Sven.
This is why I like the Slardar, though. I feel like a lot of the problems that you just mentioned are solved, at least to some degree, by a Slardar that has a decent amount of farm. If they can get a BKB on the Sven and the Slardar, I don't see with this current draft what Fly to Moon can do. And then they pick up the Morphling. So I've played with this in pubs recently, actually. Like a lot of people are currently picking this as a carry matchup against the Sven because in the late game, you just get an Aghanim Scepter. It's like Morphling versus a Gyro, whatever. You get the Aghanim Scepter, and you just are a better Sven. You don't have the Sven ult, but you have this crazy stat morph that puts you to just about the same damage that a Sven has. So you get the same level of jumping in, instantly killing people with the cleave, because these are all normal abilities on Sven, and then the follow-up of becoming a Morphling and bursting somebody down with like Ethereal Blade. So I do really like this as a Sven counter, actually.
And the Oracle, of course, there as the very first pick for Ninja Pajamas has been very successful for a lot of teams. But I guess already with now the Grimstroke Doom, I already have to save 2 people, and he can only do that for the 1.
That's true. That's true. Some sort of other like peel or save might be pretty nice in this draft. Some like Centaur, but I mean they already have a Slardar, so I doubt that's going to happen. So we need a 4 position.
So yeah, because what are we lacking? Like, what does this 4 position need to do? Because the way you guys are talking about the draft so far, you feel like it is in favor of Fly to Moon.
Well, I would wager that Oracle only needs to worry about saving 1 person. That's kind of the advantage of picking these other tanky cores. Like, a Viper really isn't justified yet. There's nothing worth breaking. I don't think they needed to be worried about a Spectre being picked up by Fly to Moon. And so I think they just want these self-sufficient cores that makes that Oracle only have to worry about concerning himself for 1 hero. And so
the Sven.
Right, exactly.
That's a really good point.
And so then maybe some tanky 4 position is Earth Spirit available?
I was literally thinking of Earth Spirit as well, but the only problem that I'm thinking, like imagining myself in the game, is like Earth Spirit Slardar lane.
That's true.
Against a Morphling.
And a Willow, maybe.
I'm not sure how that goes. I want a hero to like respond to the Morphling's existence. Like somebody needs to burst Morph. Who bursts Morph right now? Nobody. It's Sven late game, but you know, late game, like Morphling has items. He's going to prevent the burst. So I think you need some sort of like Rubik. Is Rubik banned?
Rubik is not banned.
I would say Rubik is a solid answer. I know it's not the best thing, but you can get the lift off. And if he isn't stat morphing, you can actually kill him with the follow-up.
There's some nice things to steal.
Yeah, good stuff to steal. All Dark Willow spells, Doom, Morphling. It's a, soft counter to the Morphling because you steal Strength Morph.
We've also seen some Lina supports. I don't know if you count that as a good, or is it a little bit of a trap?
If you want to go that route of burst, I would say Lion is a better option.
It's better option. Even as a 4.
As a 4.
Yeah.
Is there any chance they turn the Oracle into a 4 so you have that kind of burst damage in the lane with the Purifying Flames paired up with the Slardar and then get a different 5 position?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We've seen a few teams do that. It's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the Morph. It's really good level 1s through 3 where that's where Morphling struggles too. So that would definitely hinder his existence a little bit. But the problem there is that then you have an Oracle 4. This hero's like not particularly good with farm. Can't really get farm. It's like having a Bane 4 almost.
Yeah, and then so they pick up a Nature's Prophet on Fly to Moon. Still flex potential between the Prophet and the Doom to go mid, or even the Morphling. I think it's pretty much guaranteed that the Viper is going to go in the mid lane, so out of those mid lane matchups, I would imagine that they probably want to send the Prophet versus the Viper.
I think so. I think that's like the only thing they can really do. Otherwise, the Viper is going to like crush the mid lane.
Yeah.
I don't think Morph versus Viper. That could be possibly Morph favored. Morph is a weird hero, but I would say Viper will probably destroy him so much in the first 1 to 3 levels.
Right.
I'm thinking if you want to go crazy and like flex the Slardar to be a 4, Batrider seems pretty free in this game. But it would require you to have a Slardar 4, which it will give you the amplification that you want. I mean, it's not like he's not going to have the levels to do that as a 4. You don't need farm.
And then Rider would just take the initiation responsibilities.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's like a pretty free back game. Destroys Doom. Good against Morphling in lane.
Oh, it will be a Slaughter 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Viper 3?
Very interesting.
Viper 3, we've seen that before, but what do we think about that Shadow Fiend then?
A lot of armor reduction. They were going to make this Sven very, very tanky. So this is a different approach, because I was saying that NiP's Charlie Sven game seemed kind of cookie cutter, but I don't remember them going for a minus armor strat in this capacity. At most, they may have paired it with Avenge, which is pretty predictable these days, but a Shadow Fiend Slardar is thinking outside of the box now.
Well, AGB is still heavily in favor of Fly to Moon. How about you, Jenkins?
I like this NiP draft. I like that we all assumed it was a Viper mid and that we were wrong. Yeah. This shows to me that that's not something that I felt during NiP's drafts before. And I'm just kind of excited to see them do something that we all weren't expecting. Like they were right. They learned something clearly. Yeah. We'll see if it actually pays off.
Yeah, this laning phase, I think I've kind of been bored with the laning phases, especially today. I've been mostly predictable, but Shadow Fiend, Willow, Force Slardar. This is stuff that is off the beaten path, so I'm curious to see how these matchups will go. Mainly the mid lane. I'm very curious to see how this Shadow Fiend will fare against what I'm assuming is still going to be the Prophet, but I don't know. I mean, you can raise down the...
Now it's weird, yeah. What do you
could be the Doom. I mean, yeah, it was a good Shadow Fiend.
I think SF does fine in any matchup that you put mid.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to find out who they are going to put mid against that Shadow Fiend, because it is time for the first game, or the fifth game, however you want to see it, between Fly to Moon and Ninjas in Pajamas. So let's head over to a commentary team of OD Pixel and Lizard.
Какая жесть!
Lakad mo to!
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 1 of NiP versus Fly to Moon. I'm OD Pixel, joined by Lizard. We've just seen the lineups, there's some interesting stuff to talk about, Lizard. We saw the ending of it all, this Viper comes out, and then bam, we have the Morph and then the Prophet. You know, they're like, well, we're going to have this good match against the Viper, but then aha, it's SF in the mid lane and Viper going elsewhere.
And it's the first time that I see NiP do something like this, so I'm actually very satisfied to see this Viper, which most likely will be played on offlane. You can see him running there already. I think this is definitely the right approach from them. When we were watching those 4 picks in, I was Fly to Moon's boat. I thought they had this for sure. But right now, with the SF being picked up as well for mid, they don't have a good matchup versus him.
No, they don't. They don't indeed. Well, we'll see how that mid lane does go down. It is going to be the Doom going mid. So Iceberg is still going to take the Doom mid in that matchup. I mean, I guess you have regen, you got a lot of HP, but still at the end of the day, you're a melee hero against an SF, right? It can't be easy. It's got to be pretty tough.
I actually haven't seen this matchup.
Yeah.
It's not really that often that you see Doom go mid overall. It's a new thing in this meta, right? But like you said, you are playing versus SF. He's going to connect a couple of those raises, and the game can be very difficult for a melee hero there.
Yeah, I guess you just got to be careful as a Doom, make sure you get enough sustain out.
I guess he's still going to start with raises first. Yeah, you see, like this is all you have to do. Start with raises first so you get those first couple of waves. After that, the game should be exceptionally easy for the SF.
Oh, let's have a look. So the side lane setup, always want to fly down bottom, supporting Tunes Morphling. Gonna have to be going up against Era and Saberlight, so of course the support Slardar. See what Era's able to do with this.
Yeah, I'm predicting some tweets coming from Saberlight if this game goes well. I predict some very toxic tweets coming from him.
He's playing the hero. And you're right, I mean, if you are missing out on Saberlight's Twitter, it's a lot of fun to follow.
I like
always coming in with the smack talk.
Yeah, I like the guy quite a lot. I actually miss drama in Dota. You know, your Salt, your PPD, your Sev. See more of that. Saberlight is definitely carrying the torch.
So top lane. I'm gonna bring Roger pretty low here, as Roger, he's just straight up dead. First block for NiP, as Roger cannot run away down bottom. A second one, and they do lose Misha in return. And now with the setup on a V-tune, they might just be able to find him, and they do. NiP clean up both kills as well on the bottom lane at the same time.
It looks like every single lane for Fly to Moon will be really good. Like on the bottom lane, it's Slardar and Viper. All he needs is those stacks on you, and you're gonna die as Morphling unless you have that waveform to go away, which he didn't have in that situation. Really, really good start so far from NiP.
Oh, see now, I mean, now that the level 2's there for Era, he can just trade so reliably with these heroes still stuck at level 1, just running down V-Tune. He's trying to build up the strength. V-Tune, he's just getting absolutely beat on apart from these two heroes. Era and Sableye take him out. Charlie, he's going to start sending tips over. NiP ready to really hit V-Tune hard in the laning stage, both inside of the game and out of it.
Yeah, the lane equilibrium was not in their favor. The Viper and Slardar realized that, and then they just zoned them out of experience. How they even killed the Morphling, but the most important thing is they're keeping them on those level 1s. They can do whatever they want to in this lane.
Yeah.
This is a disaster already.
Well, where does the Morph go? He's going top. He's going top. He's out of there. He's out at the bottom lane, heading to the top. Let's see if things are any better for him up there. I mean, this is a lane as well where how we're seeing the farm. Looks like this lane, Sven, also struggling. You don't have a lot of CS. Has got the wave coming in on that top lane. Mid lane, I mean, it's going pretty much as... Well, I mean, I suppose getting more CS than you may expect against the SF on the early levels, but you've got to imagine from this point onwards, it's going to be very hard for Iceberg to get much out of the lane creeps, as long as Supreme's able to hold them in a good position.
Yeah, level 2 raises are all that it takes, pretty much. One good thing for FlyToMon is that you can always TP with the Nature's Prophet. So if you do get these musical chairs when it comes to the laning stage, he will be switching without losing gold.
Stems on Chipper. Charlie not having the stun at the ready. Can't commit for that. And still, there's been a lot of time that Charlie's running at heroes. Wanting to slow things down. Look for the creeps.
Charlie is at least getting some last hits, but you see what they're doing. They're trialing top now. I think this is the right approach from FlyToMon. They need to resurrect this laning state somehow, because
right gotta help the Morph.
Yeah.
Like, if Morph's off to a bad start this game, what have you got? You know, you need to make sure that V-Tune gets something, and we're 4 minutes in, he's only got 4 CS.
CS a minute.
Roger. Trying to get something done there with the Ink Swirl combo. Two of them.
The problem is this lane isn't easy. Like, they can stay as dual lane on top lane because you have that Oracle. Oracle just destroys Dark Willow and the Inkswell from Always Wanna Fly, so that lane should be also easy for NiP.
Again, another attempt with the stun this time, Era, and he's going to head up top to try and join in. Crush comes in, catches the two of them into the bash. Roger falling low, gets nuked out by the follow-up Purifying Flames of Misha. So more kills for NiP on this top lane. Still able to try and break into the tri-lane and now match it themselves with Era staying up there. Leading with the stun to Always Wanna Fly. They're going to look for the opportunity to run down another one with the crush into the bash. That'll do it. Continued kills for NiP here in these side lanes.
You can stay as a dual lane and trade last hits, or you can bring in Era and then get kills as well. So pretty good rotation coming from the Slardar. Only problem might be that Furion is free farming.
Oh, is this going to be another one? They've got the crush into the root, into Charlie coming around with the stun. It's going to be another kill for NiP in this top lane. Now 7-1, 2k lead. The kills just continuing to fly out.
Now V-Tune is like, at least they're not hitting me, at least I'm getting some farm. He's really under-farmed. He has only 14 CS, but when you look at Charlie, he's not that far ahead as well.
Sure, but he's getting kills and assists, right? That's Sven already 1-0-3, he's getting involved in action.
And when you think about how these two cores work, obviously Sven, once he gets a couple of levels, he can even jungle, and his farming speed will accelerate so hard.
There we go. Again, this lane very hard to really get stuck into as FlyToMon now. They're sitting around, seeing the support Slardar certainly work out to great effect in this first 6 minutes. 2-0-4 on Era.
And that's all you want as support Slardar. It's really important that you have a good start of the game, that you have these tranquils at least, because you can't really farm Slardar. Unless you're really given a lane, you can't find your items. So it's pretty solid that he's getting kills now.
See top lane. Trying to make moves in onto Misha. The Nature's Wrath comes crushing around as well. It's not enough to kill off Misha. Now Era turns in onto V-Tune. V-Tune, he's got to be careful. The SF did come in, but Iceberg was able to follow the movement. Came in with the Doom. Stun, holds back Iceberg, but they have the damage to fly out with the last hit from Roger to kill off Supreme. Diving in, Iceberg, he's going to be able to run down Charlie. They get the stun onto Misha, and Iceberg with this movement up to top helps the team clean up. As both squads head up there, but Iceberg, as I say, just putting a stop straight away to Supreme's movement with that Doom, and then just running down the rest of the lane. All things considered, this laning setup in the mid lane, it's been totally fine for Iceberg. He's kept up in farm, and he's having that much more of an impact with that first move.
Yeah, that's a Doom you always want in your pubs, but you never get. And he found a really good creep early on. You can see that he has stuck with it. It's the Wolf. I believe that's one of the main reasons why he was able to keep up the farm with Supreme. He's on top of the network charts right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is solid. I mean, did you expect this going into lane against the SF? I feel like we've seen heroes like Dooms go in, but this is great stuff from Iceberg. He is far ahead. Played the matchup very nicely in a matchup where you definitely have the opportunity of slipping up in the early levels to the raises, but Iceberg didn't. He's kept it solid. He's 2-0-1 as the mid Doom.
And I would guess that Iceberg has a bunch of game on SF, but not as many on Doom. V-Tune.
On top, this is the problem against the support Slardar. You just can never TP. Your only option is to run. So the combination of the Slardar and the Viper, it doesn't matter how long it takes to kill him, they still kill him. He cannot get out of there.
Eventually they'll take you down.
Yeah.
I think they realized on the bottom lane that the lane is unplayable the moment the equilibrium got out of hand. Like the moment the creeps got close to the tier 1 Dire Tower, you can't lane as Morphling anymore because they just run you down. And that's what we're seeing constantly now.
Oh, we're seeing the River General in trouble. Here's the root's going to come out. Supreme and Era charging straight towards him. The Sprout will put things to a stop though. Not got enough resources to cut through the tree line.
Very nice Sprout. I wonder if NiP will do what Viking GG usually do versus Nature's Prophet. It's every single member has a Quelling Blade. I would like to see that from NiP as well because it truly does help. There you go, Viper with the Quelling Blade.
Yeah.
That's
it's the Prophet counter. Definitely pays off. 8-4. Worth even. Iceberg leading the way, but the 3 cores of NiP very close behind and even. Iceberg looking for a Doom opportunity, might just find it. Does he want to drop it? He does. They're going to go straight for Charlie. In with the X-Swell stun, there's TP's coming in, but this damage, as you say, with the Alpha Wolf, more than enough. They should have a shot at getting the deny. In fact, they might not need to, as we'll see Misha attempt to kill the Sven alive, and he'll be able to do so. So the Doom is countered. The Sven will live, and NiP, they'll be the ones to get the kill. There's always one of Fly's left behind, and ends up going down.
Going in for a kill such as that one on a Sven definitely is good for them because you understand that he's farming the Ancients, right? But you haven't killed the tier 1 on the mid lane or the tier 1 on the bottom lane, which those two things are so crucial for you because they're outposts for Oracle to TP to. He TPs, he saves the Sven.
Always going to be in with the counter plays Misha, unless they're able to kill that Sven a little quicker under the duration of the Doom. 10-minute bounty rings come up. Charlie clearing the Ancients, and we'll be able to find that bounty ring, no problem here. Zera playing around with Roger, but not going to head any closer. Iceberg also in the area.
If you look at the 2 Dire wards, you can see that they're all about protecting that triangle. That's literally where the Sven will be AFK for the majority of the game.
Gotta be a little careful. It's got a lot of backup coming in for this defense. The Flight to Moon really don't want to let this tier 1 tower go. It'll work for now as NiP start to back off. There it is, caught in the high ground. Soulbind comes out. Roger comes in with the Shadow Realm hit, finishes off the Slardar's life. As Zera falls, Flight to Moon hold the defense. Iceberg, we have to get the D ward. No Doom for 40 seconds though, so no real means to dive any further in onto the Supreme SF.
Yeah, that soulbind was there just to slow them down a little bit. When you really think about it, they don't have too many combos right now with the soulbind, at least. It's just the Doom, that's it. So, you wait a little bit. I'm actually wondering what Iceberg will buy next. He has 1400 gold. Is it going to be a BKB or a Blink Dagger? Because that will decide the way he plays the rest of this game completely.
Yeah, we'll see what he considers. Starting to really build up the gold. We'll see the build from Saberlight. Will be going for the offlane utility Viper build, trying to get the Greaves on for the team.
I think it's pretty solid. I think Viper overall is a really good offlaner if you give him a good support. And Slardar is exactly what he needs. That front liner that protects him and also gives him these stuns that he desperately needs to stop TPs or so.
12 minutes in. Nice room for Supreme. Going for the stat build. SF treads into S and Y.
That's normal when you have a Slardar on your team as well, right? You're activated. You have a lot of utility from the Viper, so you don't have to build anything like that. I was wondering if he might go for something like yours because you're lacking a little bit of lockdown, but this is pretty good.
There we go, bottom lane. The hold starting to come in from Fly to Moon. As they'll gather around the tier 1, Charlie. And Saberlight actually hanging around the mid. Actually, Saberlight cancelling his TP, wants to stay down here with the rest of the team. Not prepared to hold if NiP try to force this. We'll see if NiP can find any way of getting in. Roger starting things off with the Cursed Crown on Era, but Saberlight's at his side. Still Fly to Moon, just happy to make space for V-Tune, really. Trying to slow down NiP as much as possible. Era tries to get a catch on to Always Want to Fly, but again, just able to hide deep in the trees, stopping NiP from getting any closer to him.
Yeah, one big thing that Fly to Moon have got going for them right now is General. He can split push mid and at the same time TP bottom to be in that fight.
Yeah, with all this focus down bottom, you do definitely feel Fly to Moon getting more out of the map. You're right, you know, both General and V-Tune getting space as opposed to NiP, where it is just Charlie getting space when NiP have 4 heroes down bottom that are being dealt with a 3-man defense of Fly to Moon. The numbers are just working out better for Fly to Moon in these scenarios.
Yeah, Charlie is being given a lot of space, however, and he has that Midas to lane.
Oh, they hit the soulbind here on the 2 of them. They're just diving in. Iceberg, he's not even going to need to drop down the Doom. As they take out Misha, Era pop in the south, but the bug is out upon him. Should be able to kill it off before the damage is done, and will do so. He'll live. But it's a kill, you know. Again, Fly to Moon just getting the job done with just the 3 heroes. Saberlight step forward. They'll just cut out him immediately. General TP's over. That's another unnecessary death down here. You do have Supreme coming in with the ultimate, pushing them back with the Requiem. Era, he's still hanging around, but he's so low. Era's got to be careful.
Buyback.
He's going to see if they can turn this. They get the control onto the 2 of them with the fear, but they'll still lose Iceberg. He goes down. General and Roger out with the TPs. They're away. So the buyback does secure them the chance of turning onto the Grim and the Doom.
I think the only reason why he bought back is because if he didn't, Fly to Moon would continue fighting and they would have a numerical advantage. Because Ardar was so low, they might even win that fight. So it's important that he bought back, but he is putting himself in a really bad position in which he will lack farm.
Oh yeah, he's been knocked right down in front of Saberlight with that buyback.
If you're thinking you're an offlane Viper, and as an offlane Viper, you still need to snowball a little bit. That's the nature of the hero. You need to get those small little items that help you sustain yourself and your team in the mid game.
Yeah, and these sort of moves, it's just not. It's slowing down NiP's game. They're not continuing to create an advantage. And they'll look. Was Always Want to Fly bottom. Not going to be able to dive in, and now Iceberg. He's into turn. They found Saberlight. Soulbind's out, locking down the 2 of them. Saberlight just brought back. He's out of the game again. He's dead for a minute. And that dieback at this moment in the game, I mean, that just is so painful for the Viper.
It's really painful, and when you die instantly after, you're dead for an additional amount of time.
A minute at this stage.
It's is really bad for Saberlight. This isn't looking good, but the problem is you're not a mid Viper, right? So you have to be creating space, as your SF and Sven are both farming. So you're pretty much put in this worst position on the map, which is easily collapsible on, and that's what happened. Bottom lane tier 1, will NiP defend it or not? Because this usually isn't really a big deal, but in a game such as this one, it's a crucial objective for NiP. It opens up the Ancients, the whole triangle where Sven wants to be, and it shrinks the map if it dies.
We'll be able to hold for now. We've got Iceberg, BKB finished, and I'm gonna hit a good timing with this in terms of having the BKB and the level 2 Doom up again in 10 seconds here. He just needs to clear one more wave to get that level done. So you can definitely expect Fly to Moon to be very eager to strike with the Soulbind double Doom then.
I like the BKB as well. Like, he could have went for the blink, but he realized in these last couple of fights, I don't really need it. I get on top of my...
Yeah, he's fast enough anyway, right?
He's fast.
He's got the Inkswell.
He got the Inkswell, and especially the Faded Brooch. I value this item a lot on any hero, but on Doom it's so good because of the Scorched Earth and the talents.
Oh, and look at this. They've headed into Roshan with the wall coverage. NiP didn't get any information regarding this. And they do it quickly. They have the medallion. They've got V-Tune on the morph. They've got it. Yeah, yeah, that aura as well. They take this down in seconds. This is going to be a free Roche for Fly to Moon. Very, very nicely done there. As NiP just not able to do anything in return because of it. As I say, the farming is still building up on their own course. Charlie, level 15, Midas SMY. On track to go for the Satanic after, so still hitting very good timings on the Sven. But is it going to be enough? Because as the game continues, just overall, Fly to Moon as a team, they're building up the greater lead and value.
Okay, so I like this build, but SMY and Satanic, obviously, the status resistance will be huge on him. Will he dish out enough damage in these teamfights, though? That's the question.
Well, this is a nice win as well for Iceberg, but they spotted him. Sentries are down. Iceberg in response will put the BKB. V-Tune, he's going to start going straight towards Saberlight. Saberlight, he's going to be dead before he has any impact in the fight. Misha being focused by Iceberg. He's had to use the Phosphorus on himself. Charlie is going to try and fight. He's popped the Godstrike. He's trying to go for Iceberg. Will get the kill, but Charlie, he's dying. V-Tune turns back into the Viper, builds up the poison stacks as Charlie is falling low, gets burst down by the strike of V-Tune. They've lost 3 on NiP. They're probably going to lose Supreme as well here as he's caught in the bramble. The raise is not enough to bring down Roger as he's out. A triple kill for V-Tune. Right. As I mean, at this stage, it's starting to look a little worrisome for NiP. Fly to Moon up 5k. You just had a situation where they get Roche, they get the Aegis, they just come out of the pit, and V-Tune, he's just picked up a triple kill on the morph. And they're not even done yet, Fly to Moon. They're looking over towards mid. Error being played around with by Roger and General. He'll get away here. He's going to be saved by Misha at least. Still, things are starting to get shaken up big time for NiP.
I think it's important at least that you're saving Era. That whole situation, by the way, was horrible for NiP. I don't disagree with it. But maybe if Slardar gets this dagger fast enough, you will have some sort of a play on the side of NiP. Because if you think about the item build that they're going for, not one of these heroes can start a fight. You don't have Axe on Sven, you don't have SF with some blink use or whatever combo. Your Slardar still doesn't have that blink. I think that's crucial. Give Era enough space to finish it. After that, you can fight.
There we go, top lane. V-Tune, he's just getting away with a free tower. Has the Manta done on top of the Aegis, so he knows that he's ready to play against any attempt to jump in. Roger, he's just going to be able to get the wrap around. Errant, he pokes forwards with no backup. That's just a free kill behind the tower. The rest of NiP, they're heading over. They're going to try and fight 4 versus 5. The Soulbind is out on the threat, and the Fear is going to start pushing back both the SF and the Sphere. V-Tune turns over towards Misha. Misha has to false promise himself, but there's so much damage coming out. This Oracle surely still going to fall at the end of it all. Iceberg pops the BKB, drops the Doom down onto the SF. They're just getting split up all over the place. NiP, they just don't know what to do here. They're having to run. The Sprouts out onto Charlie. Saberlight falls. Roger again with further Yule's control onto Charlie. He's popped the God Strength, but he has no strength at all as this Sven falls flat to the ground.
Ooh,
They're just getting rolled now by Fly to Moon. 10k lead, Fly to Moon with all 3 cores at the top. Saberlight just still entirely out of the game as this Viper.
Completely rolled, just like you said, and that Slardar even bought back. Like, we just mentioned how important it is for him to find that first item that he needs, but he buybacks in that last fight. And why do you even fight there if you're NiP?
They're just making it seemingly impossible for NiP to do anything when it comes to the 5-on-5s.
All the items that they have definitely does make that a little bit easier for them. Especially this one that Mortling is carrying, that's the Aegis. And once he gets the Skadi, the game for Sven becomes increasingly difficult.
And what's the play for NiP? I mean, when you don't have the God Strength, at least you can't do anything at all. I mean, even with it, they're struggling to get Charlie in position to actually punch in. Heading over, looking to Iceberg. Iceberg's got BKB ready to pop, and then just Soulbound and Fear again. The Fear's going to push back the 3 of them. Iceberg just trying to the Nature's Wrath, it's huge! Double kill for Iceberg. I mean, it sort of just seems like NiP's phoned it in at this stage. They've just lost.
It's a GG.
It's over. It's over. It doesn't matter. You've got to end this game. Whatever was going on here was nowhere near good enough from NiP. Fly to Moon they just broke them. They just absolutely crushed them in that last 5 minutes of play, and it just looked like NiP lost the plot.
They definitely did. It looked that way. And I completely... When I saw them try to go for that Doom, you realize that he has a BKB, right? You're still trying to go for him, and all your stuns are kind of telegraphed. You can't kill him.
1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Seth misses again, but there's the best bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right-click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armlet toggle, needs to be careful, the Spirit Siphon coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the Grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the long ground, on to 3, Step as well as NM1 are gonna get chewed down, 3 dead, Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd here just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life, and likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help, but nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for Ravage, can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early, aggressive blinks in, pops the rage as well, still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get off to Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. It's not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get off the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tongfu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. How? Brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tongfu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. And
there it is.
There it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express, welcome to the well. Aegis goes to Tong Fu. And now charging back out. Dindy going to be spotted, and he doomed the Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him. He got him. Not going to follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppey. Trying to get away from it. Going to be telekinesed back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you so a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal is still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook. Got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Navi down. Can you say mega creeps? Navi, he got him. One more. This is what you call one for the road.
Man, I can't.
The game for IG. Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're gonna cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dendy. Are you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead for
5
IG.
heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppey talked about the Naga counter. It's Light of Heaven with this BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent, cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead once, but on the side, they find Arme. Arme's dead for 60. Still alive at the moment, and all the use! The dodge! Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kunkka. The Stolen Fish and Jerax sets up onto FY. OG!
So this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money, and that for me is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage dealing item, but in order to do so he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, Blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. Laguna bites Samel. The Cogs Burn bought them a little bit of extra time, and with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see that CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dog! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're gonna get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. He'll jump out, but the Wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses, and now they will take Roshan. Samel is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal. OG right behind Arme, gets the jump, finds the Pugner. Vision will not find a stun. Pugner with no buyback. OG, they were really playing with fire. The Hex down the Terrorblade. Spectral Haunt looking for the frontline attack, but that's why Somnus goes into the backline. The BKB, they're into the backline. Shaker, he's bouncing around. Hawk shot, she stuns on the way through. Is gone. No buybacks available. Have LGD done it? They're holding Anna. Hold him in place. Chalice will find the damage. F5 will die for it. No, really? Anna is actually running away, but it won't stop Arme from blinking up, looking for the tier 3 tower. 2 players left alive for OG. They're the big ones, however. Thompson and Anna on the defense duty. Fortification. It's delayed as much as they possibly can. And now the jump out. Hex, the boy in the bubble. Thompson able to be protected once again. Chalice very, very low on mana. They have a love for Arme. He'll change the life with Anna. Thompson needs to be pushed away. Able to do so. FY jumps onto the illusion only, so the hookshot won't be able to connect. But Anna, he needs to retreat. There's so much damage. Anna down. Buyback is available. They still have not taken the mid racks. OG are just trying to delay LGD for the moment. 5 heroes around. The bubble is there protecting the melee racks. Anna, Sunder by once again. The Sunder switches to life. Army's back up to full health, but the damage from Thompson, it's good enough to kill off the bait. Buyback is there. Somnus leads forward. They just keep bunching them around, but they're still battling from inside the bubble. Pugner will come to the world living LGD. They're going for the GG push. They're going up the tier 4 towers. OG, they have to hold the line. They have the numbers. Seven from the side with a Dagon army, but no! Sunder is back up. It is there. Chalice will fall. They lose the Enchantress. FY pushing around Anna. He's so low. Can they get the die back on him? You bet your Nelly they can. Arme still very, very low. The blast will kill him off. But buyback. LGD want this now. LGD, or can they? Backing up? No, they're not. Terrorblade. BT's forward. The ball is up. Thompson needs to defend. X-Nova very visible. You've got a very, very low life Marana. But OG, they can't find the target. X-Nova, he's got the grip. He's got the control. He's got the kill. Thompson is down, but ES is up. Where the Echo slam. Oh, there he is. Forward. There's your slam. There's the dunk. There's the play. Jirax, the savior of OG.
1,500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Zep misses again, but there's the Infest Bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the Magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right-click down. The Exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to that aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no Infest, he has the Armless Toggle, needs to be careful, the Spirit Siphon coming out, the Glimpse back onto Aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the Grave off in time though, the Open Wounds will come through, they have the Kinetic Shield. There's the Black Hole, from the low ground, on to 3! Step as well as MM1 are gonna get chewed down. 3 dead. Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me? From the low ground.
DJ, God, the crowd here just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the Boulder Smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the Rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. It's not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get up the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill, and Tong Fu is going to continue to push. They're not done. Mech still hasn't even been used. There's a hook. How? Brought all the way back to the base. Cleaned up by the Fountain. And waddles his way back to the front lines.
Well, like I said, it does waste time, but they kind of need it. I mean, they need to be able to just eliminate somebody from the fight, very similar to what Mu can do for Tong Fu. So if he had been a little bit farther up, he would have been able to throw the hook, but the thing is there was a range creep in the way. There it is, yep.
Banana going for a ride on the Dindy Express. Welcome to the well. He just goes to Tong Fu. And now charging back out. Dindy gonna be spotted, and he doomed the Chen. That's a much better choice. Oh, he got him! He got him! Not gonna follow it all the way because we got a battle to watch with Puppy. Trying to get away from it, gonna be telekinesed back. And they will be able to get him as well. There you so a 1-for-1 trade. And wow, Hal still alive down there. Engagement breakout as Kuro. Oh, there we go. The hook got him. Zhan Xing taking the long ride to Shanghai. Welcome home. Navi's down. Can you say Mega Creeps? Navi, he got him! One more! This is what you call one for the road!
Man, I can't.
The game for IG. Who leads the way? I believe it should be Zoe. They're gonna cut for the shorter path. They storm up the river. Patience from Zoe. Waiting in the wings. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep. The surge. He catches everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster. Vacuum in. Ravage on everyone. The black hole as well. Light of heaven turns it around. Ravage as well. Stolen by Dandy. Are you
you kidding me? They turn it around. 4 heroes dead for
5
IG.
heroes dead. Chuan trying to survive. Chuan's gonna go down. Puppy talked about the Naga counter. It's light of heaven with this BKB. They turn it around. I don't even know how they're gonna do it. Standing ovation from the crowd. The last tower will be going down.
Start the fight with that global and just try to blow up and get on top of that Zeus right away. Get into that backline. I mean, the Rubik and the Zeus are really starting to be quite an issue for them.
Chalice is in with the opener, straight in with the lasso. The tower will fall, but they'll drag back the Ember Spirit into the torrent, cut him down with the Tidebringer. He's dead, but on the side, they find Arme. Arme's dead for 60, still alive at the moment. And all the use, the dodge, Anna up into the end, dodging the Echo Slam. Somnus, he's trapped here in the Sprout. OG, they'll slowly punch down the Kuka. The Stolen Vintage Jerax sets up onto FY. OG.
That this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage-dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. They're going to bite Samel. The Cogs Burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it, though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see. CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together.
Yep. In a week, it's like, but then when I first got here, I was super motivated, super happy. Plus 500.
Do you like it when players are vocal? Because I know a lot of them, I guess it kind of comes down to whatever role you're playing, but if someone's being very vocal on the mic and like making plays, I love that. Because I will make a dumb play that someone is confident about, way over making a smart play that everyone's like, you can go for it, I guess. And so whenever someone's taking point, I'm a big fan of being micromanaged.
Sure. So that's like I think that's actually where we would have differing play styles and we prefer different captains. I actually prefer the idea of
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick. Clockwork.
Team where you're basically on the same page from minute 0, right? Then you don't need to talk, so you can leave the talk over to other things, and you're just
exactly.
Yeah, you're basically, you're gonna be faster every time. If you know that you have to go, or if I say Jenkins go, there's split second difference. Oh, we're going into the draft. Look at that.
A couple of
Let's go to the draft.
We're going to the draft. But yeah, you're always gonna be faster when you're playing with that instinct style. But
yeah, I think so.
I mean, Tsunami and myself, we're maybe not as good as you, so we might need more mic.
Yeah.
So I'm on the same boat.
Also, I like not having the blood on my hands. If there's a bad play,
you play the blame game.
Exactly. So if someone told me to make a bad play, then it's like, I mean, I did what you told me to. As long as I have detection, as long as I put down the wards, the rest of it was your call, man.
We played some party queue. I can confirm this. I can confirm that he's telling the truth right now, guys.
The thing is that I'm obedient. All right.
All right. Let's see who's blood gonna be on whose hands in this. This game number 2 is Agents in Pajamas got to be able to finally break through their kryptonite. We're going to find out also if they're going to try to change things up, or if they're going back to the Sven, or maybe to the Void. They're starting off with the Clockwork right here, and they're going to go up against an Oracle Tiny on the side of Fly to Moon. So there's already, like, if they would go for a Void, like, would you ever pick Void into an Oracle? Because you already have your save from the Chrono, right?
The new Void is, I say the new Void. I mean, the way that people play Void, yeah, it's very different from you pick one save and you keep the guy alive, but no, they're gonna go with the Nature's Prophet, which definitely doesn't care even remotely about an Oracle, because he just plays to push the map, plays to take fights that are 4v5 because he splits the map up first. I love this as an answer to like crazy team fight. It's just, you're never gonna fight us 5 because I have Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they'll be giving it to Saberlight because, again, I want to see him on more of a playmaking hero as opposed to the Viper because I think that was their ultimate downfall.
It's the weird thing because I don't know if Saberlight plays too much Nature's Prophet.
Right.
I don't know if Charlie does either. I feel like Charlie is on these harder carries.
No, yeah, I definitely hope it's not a Charlie Prophet.
So maybe a mid Prophet, pause 5 Prophet. That's something that
That fell off, but I don't know why. I mean, the Treants got nerfed, but I didn't feel like it was significant enough.
They give less gold now.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Well, we got a couple of cores already banned. One of them is Sven, so we'll see what Ninja Pajamas is going to be left with at the end.
Batrider ban makes me think that it probably is a core Nature's Prophet. Just such a good counter to that hero. At any point, basically, Batrider has the tools to kill you in the game, and you can't really do much about it. You can't TP away because he'll just lasso you. He can find you in the trees no matter where the heck you go.
And the BOT build is so common that he's nearly as mobile on the map as you are.
Yeah, exactly. Then again, you do have a Clockwork, so maybe you want a hero that Clock can actually gank if you're playing pause 4 Clock and back can just get out of the cogs. That is always a pretty annoying thing for Clockwork when you show up to a lane and it's like a Mirana. Oh, I'm gonna go mid. It's a Queen of Pain. Oh, I'm gonna go to the safe lane. It's a Batrider. It's like, that's a horrible draft, but you gotta get what I'm saying. Heroes you just can't kill.
Especially not if you let General play the Batrider.
Yeah, seriously.
Don't want to go up against that. He's a beast.
I'm kind of glad that it's not going to be super teamfight oriented as we were kind of insinuating with something like a Faceless Void pick, because I think when it comes to 5-on-5 engagements, Fight Moon look really coordinated, like scary coordinated, and it's not just against NiP, it's just in general. They seem very much on the same page, especially with Iceberg coming into more comfort with utility cores. So I think if it was just head-to-head teamfight v teamfight, Flight of Moon just look better.
Yeah, I agree. I think the very first game where they had the Lifestealer and they were constantly in and out with the Infest, like Infest bombing multiple different heroes, saving people with the Infest. They were saving the Lifestealer. Every teammate was saving the Lifestealer at some point. Like their synergy seems kind of insane, and it's impressive because Roger's new to the team, right? He's their new position 4, so really fitting in quite well, it looks like.
Yeah, and every game so far that they've played against NiP, it has been fighting from minute 15 onwards, so I don't know.
Winning from minute 22 before.
Yeah, I mean, it really is.
You got
it's
7 minutes.
They start winning. Like, but what do you do when you're NiP? Do you want to try to survive that phase, or do you want to fight into that? Because fighting into that seems very scary, but surviving, they've tried that before as well, and it didn't really work either way.
It looks like they're doubling down on surviving.
All right, we'll see. Terrorblade coming out there.
I mean, even just with a tiny, I'm already scared for this Terrorblade. There's just the magic burst potential without any save for NiP or any heals in the lane. Even tossbacks, like Terrorblade's a very slow hero in general. I don't know why they went for it here.
Yeah, farm tiny. If he has decent items, can make a TV look really bad. Honestly.
Yeah, and Roger's more than capable of getting that kind of farm.
Yeah, he has in the previous games. If it is a Roger, they could also just do Iceberg Tiny. That's kind of his bread and butter.
Yep. Sand King coming out. You like General and Sand King? We've seen a lot more +3 Sand Kings, or maybe position 4s that are really farmed, aka Taiga. Do we like the Sand King now? Because I remember like a week during these 4 weeks here together, there was 1 week where everybody hated on Sand King.
Okay, that was some specific people. I don't think that was either of us.
No, it wasn't.
I actually like the Sand King.
I was on the fence until Veil became immensely popular. Now I'm a big Sand King believer.
I liked it before. I like the...
Oh, a hipster. Sand King hipster right here.
It was cool.
I was spamming this here, okay? When changed. I like the fact that you have a choice now. You have 2 builds. You can go for the max Burrow build and then go points in Caustic, and you can be this killer. You can be really active, or you can go for the max Sandstorm build, and you can defend lanes and make it impossible to push towers, which is exactly what NiP wants to do with these heroes. They want to push towers, so I think the Sandstorm build would be really good. And then it just completely decimates illusion heroes. It's magic damage versus these high armor agi guys. Like, you just crush the illusions with either build.
The Terrorblade and Enchantress lane, we saw that earlier today, didn't we? That crushed, actually.
Yeah.
This was the Terrorblade that actually won against the Arc Warden. But can NiP do it?
That seemed like a game in a vacuum, though. That, like we had mentioned on the earlier panel, that Arc Warden didn't necessarily seem particularly seasoned on the hero, and so
a very nice way. You're so polite.
Very diplomatic.
Edge case scenario there that the Terrorblade came out on top. The lane did look good, though. It's just against all this sustained magic damage. There's so much magic damage that this Terrorblade needs to be worried about.
And then you have the counter of the Morphling too versus the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Steal meta, and you're a better version of TV. That's the classic counter. And Flight of Moon has proven numerous times that they really understand how to play around and with this Morphling hero. So I am definitely concerned for NiP in that sense, but we have seen Terrorblades. This is the type of hero. If he has one item on you, it doesn't matter who the hell you are or how much you counter him, he's going to destroy you.
But does it not seem a little bit like Flight of Moon is also gearing up towards a longer game? Or am I just being fooled by Morphling?
V2 on Morphling always seems immensely flexible. Like we saw in that last game that he got completely obliterated in the laning phase and still became a force to be reckoned with like 15 minutes later. And so he's very good at reading the game on Morphling, knowing when to participate in fights, when it's going to be a farming contest between him and the enemy hard carry. So while I see where you're coming from, I think that Flight of Moon will kind of play it by ear, or specifically V2 will play it by ear, depending on how Iceberg in general are doing.
10 seconds.
Alright, last ban. They already removed the Grimstroke. They are expecting that Tiny and the Sand King to be cores, so they're looking into Roger's heroes. Or maybe even into Always Wanna Fly hero, depending on who's going to play that Oracle, of course. But anything in particular that you feel like Flight of Moon is lacking?
I would love to see the Puck, honestly. I feel like Puck would dumpster the TB in the game, and you have this liquid combo that they're doing. Okay, they go for the Zeus, so
more magic.
Hard counter the Terrorblade.
And still some flex potential between Iceberg and I guess maybe Zeus, if that's viable still. I know his mana regen got nerfed significantly.
That was a sick combo, actually.
Yeah.
Zeus Sand King. That was about literally. I'm gonna say it's literally the only lane that Zeus 4 was viable in because you deward the sentries.
Exactly.
And Sand King, Sand King doesn't lose lanes. Period. If he gets the sentry. If he gets the sentry. So Zeus Sand King. I think this is probably going to be General playing the Zeus just because I know he really loves the hero.
Oh, but you do think it's going to be a side lane Zeus, though, not as Iceberg Zeus.
Because the thing is, they did ban out Storm, so they were leaving that option open also for a mid lane. Oh, Visage last.
Well, we'll see. I'm super on the fence about where the Zeus is going to go, actually, because I love the Zeus Sand King lane in this game. I think it'll give Sand King such a good game.
And I think him going Sandstorm build is also like perfect in this situation as well, because you talked about the two different builds.
Defend towers.
Exactly. And so if you're able to keep this Prophet and this Terrorblade, and even the Visage now, who's also notorious tower pusher, and buy enough time for this Morphling to come online, then NiP have their work cut out for them. But I do like the Visage pick quite a bit. As we do see the odds definitely unsurprisingly favoring Flight of Moon. I mean, 5-0. 5-0. I'm actually impressed that they're this close.
These are close. These are close.
Is the draft close? Because you guys are both seeming to lean towards.
I think NiP has to play this incredibly well in the first 15 minutes to win with their push strat. They do have an immense amount of push.
They played very well in the first 15 minutes of previous game.
That's true.
The first 17 minutes they have to play well.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem kind of tunnel vision-y, because normally whenever we see a Terrorblade, people are like, oh yeah, Zeus would be a great hero in this situation because of all the magic damage. And then you kind of go all in on that strategy if you do go for the Zeus as opposed to going into more mixed damage. So that would be the downfall of Flight of Moon, but I'm still leaning that way.
All right, well, let's find out if Ninjas in Pajamas is finally able to transform into paper, which is a rock, paper, scissors reference, by the way. Let's head into the second game of the series with Odie Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, second game ready to go. NiP and Flight Moon. Was that last game a bit of a rough one for NiP? We're seeing them coming with the Terrorblade this time. They've certainly got the magical burst down Flight Moon. Lots of ways to really make sure this Terrorblade's game is not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, I'm going to agree completely with what Panel said. They need to have a good starting 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But in this kind of a game, even that doesn't really put them so far ahead that they're going to win. Because they have absolutely no catch for this Morphling. You have Clockwork, right? And that's pretty much it. After that, this Morphling, it looks like a very, very easy game for him.
Yeah, and we saw last game, right, how much the Morph could do. And a Morph as well that was slowed down at the beginning. Very little CS in the first few minutes, and it just didn't matter. I mean, where do sort of the strengths lie elsewhere in NiP's lineup? But like, what are they going to be able to do that could necessarily counter what Flight Simulator's trying to bring to this?
So there are obviously some negatives to their draft, but obviously because of that there are some positives as well. This Visage perhaps is pretty good pick for them.
Is it a good Visage game?
It's a really good Visage game, especially if Iceberg is playing mid on Zeus.
And
this is a lane Visage is going mid. This is a lane that you're fine with. You buy sticks, after that hood, perhaps a pipe for your team. It's a pretty good Visage game. And you also have heroes that can play fast with you. You have Nature Prophet, you have Enchantress and Clock. You can definitely pressure towers early on, which is what every Visage player wants to do.
Yeah, imagine what in terms of the lane matchup itself, you should die to the Zeus, and then when you hit the 6, you got a chance of killing him.
You definitely shouldn't die. Like, unless you get severely outplayed by the Zeus, you shouldn't die. You're both trading, last hits there. Overall, Visage isn't a strong laner versus anything, but Zeus doesn't pressure you, and that's what's important. You can always self-sustain yourself with a stick, a couple of tangos, and that's it. So it should be a solid lane.
We'll see how things go. One thing that, I mean, how does sort of Visage do in a game where there's a Morph about? Because is Morph not one of the heroes that can kill the familiars very easily with his high damage, high attack speed?
No. It doesn't really matter for the familiars because of your armor, right? Because of your layers of armor. The thing is, however, you don't pressure the Morphling himself very much either. If you get that Aghanims or Hex, perhaps, which I believe NiP has to get on at least on one hero this game. Your Visage needs a Hex later on, or the Nature's Prophet. One of these two, definitely. After that, Morphling can suffer a little bit, but usually what happens in teamfights, they kind of ignore each other because you don't want to pop that T-Blade on a Visage, and the Visage doesn't really want to be very aggressive on the Morphling either.
Is this the way to play the Visage nowadays? Supreme queuing up the Midas on the Visage?
That's actually very interesting. I think level 15 talent on Visage is huge. He's very level dependent, and I think that's one of the reasons why people are going for this Midas build.
And let's see how these side lanes do. So top lane, General and Roger up against Misha and Charlie. There's Terrorblade, Ench against the Tiny. Bottom lane, V2. This time round, probably going to have a bit of a better start than he did in game 1 when it came to CSing as well. This lane, V2's going to farm right down here.
Yeah, this lane is way, way easier.
Yeah.
As long as always wanna fly stays safe and doesn't feed way too much from this bottom lane, V2 isn't going to do the same. Like, he's completely fine. He has waveform, you can't kill him in the Sprout, you can't kill him in the Cogs, you can farm under the tower. It's a pretty easy lane for him. The top lane, however, I would say is a nerd kind of a lane in which you really have to think about what you're doing here. You have to think about the sentries, creep skips, and perhaps even... Are you gonna get him?
No, chilling. I mean, he just walked straight into the midst of the two of them. I mean, he knew what he was doing. He was getting the XP for level 2, so either way, even if they did try and chase him, he would have had the availability to drop a skill point into whichever ability would have saved him.
A pretty solid play from him overall. On the mid lane as well, you can see Zeus is winning, but he's not denying a lot, and that's all you care about on the Visage.
Just getting the level.
Yeah, you just want to get that level 6 as soon as possible. After that, the lane is completely yours, and Zeus can't really threaten you any longer.
And as things progress on this top lane, I imagine this is a lane where Charlie is going to have to be careful, right? The Tiny and Sanking, once they have like this level 3, it's a lot of magical damage that's going to have to be dealt with. And already it's using an opportunity to toss back Misha into the avalanche. Yeah, it's got the Fairy Fire and the heals. Is it enough to keep him safe? A couple more hits to do it. They can't quite get it. Attendants do keep Misha alive.
That's still level 2 though. If they waited a little bit and tried to go for this when they're both level 3, this enchant, yeah, they're getting the kill. Not only on her, they can get the kill easily on the Terrorblade as well. And you asked about Charlie and how that lane is for him. It's not even about the lane. Throughout the game, he has to be very careful how he positions himself, because you'll have General and Tiny jumping on top.
I mean, that's the thing. It definitely looks like a game in which, you know, unless the TB is sort of an item ahead. Oh, saved by. Well, managed to get away. They'll turn on to V2, and he did wait for him in aggressively for this. The battery assault, bringing him down low. Always want to fly, trying to come into tank with the battery assault, and it'll do it. Always want to fly. Will he go down for this attempt? He won't. He's got the Fairy Fire. He's going to live there. Lovely moves here from the Oracle, as if he didn't come across that battery assault, it would have killed V2.
Yeah, that was really well played from him. They want Charlie.
They're in on him. The heals from Misha helping out though. Attendance again, saving the two of them, but still you're definitely starting to feel the pressure that Fly to Moon can use on this top lane.
Yeah, on top lane, Fly to Moon are pressuring on the bottom lane.
Oh, error. Okay. Didn't stop Iceberg from getting the bottle, getting the rune bottled. And you also gave him first blood. That Supreme ain't gonna be too happy.
Oh, he's not happy at all. He might even die here. Iceberg. Oh.
Damn. Oh. Yeah, Supreme is not happy right now.
Oh, Era.
He is not happy with Era.
Not only did he not deny him the bot, maybe he can get the kill here?
Okay. Yes, he should. There's no further regen, so redeemed. Redeemed. Era gets a good burst to XP. Supreme's still going to be a little salty that he didn't get anything out of it, but at least something for the team as a whole.
Oh man, if he didn't get that kill, he's sweating right now. I'm going to tell you that. That's hard. That's hard because your Visage was level 4. Zeus hit that kill on Clockwork, got level 5, then killed the Visage mid and got level 6. That's huge because suddenly you have kill potential on this Visage.
Top lane. And if he didn't get that kill on Era to get the kill on Supreme, he wouldn't have had 6, which just got him a kill on Charlie.
Exactly.
It's the domino effect.
Zeus is such a snowball hero. If he gets these levels early enough, suddenly you'll see a Veil or whatever he wants to buy coming in a little bit earlier. This suddenly shifted the state of the game completely. Suddenly NiP, they're feeling the pressure across the map.
Yeah.
But you know what, last game they won the lanes hard and then they lost, so maybe this is the play.
I mean, it's still early days. It's still close, 3 for 2, less than 1k in it. But they've got to keep their cool after that sort of knock-on effect after that mid play. Iceberg again, able to get the rune bottled up. Still holding the lead in that mid lane. Top lane, Charlie's still able to find farm. 25 Lancets on the TV.
He's only level 4, he doesn't really want to abandon the lane, but then again Roger is rotating so much that he's not pressured, and because of that, this top lane so far is going at least fine for the CS of TB.
Denied.
Actually, Supreme going a really interesting build. He maxed out the Grave Chill. Didn't really get a lot into the armor. Now this build...
Okay, what does this sort of do for you?
So this isn't really a weird build like half a year ago or a year ago, because it gives you the ability to kill with your birds. But right now, mostly what you're going for is either Soul Assumption or armor, because the burst damage from Soul Assumption, if anyone on your team has Veil, is incredible. Even if you get armor, you just don't die to a Zeus.
Top lane, Iceberg, Charlie's not got any help, he's alone.
Goodbye.
Iceberg having an absolute smasher of a game. At 7 minutes in, this Zeus starting to take over big time. And it's a scary game for Zeus to take over. You're playing a safe lane TB. This Terrorblade is going to get severely bullied by a well-leveled Zeus.
They need to find a way to deal with him. And they do have some heroes that do well, right? You have Clockwork with the hookshot, with the cogs, plus the Nature's Prophet can TP behind him. You must do that before he gets that one evasive item like a 4-staff, because after that things get much harder. Yeah, so far for Flight to Moon, lanes are going extremely well. Visage is on top of the net worth after Zeus, but after that he's followed by Sand King and V-Tunes Morph.
Yeah, it's again, Iceberg, he's finding every rune, he's able to just constantly stay on the map. It's being reflected in his net worth. 1,000 ahead of anyone else right now at just this early 8-minute mark. You're going to see some very fast items coming out in Zeus this game.
And you can see Roger understand that he has Zeus on his side, right? So he's just scouting behind, putting these wards. This is basically to see when Terrorblade goes into the jungle, and then the two of them can pretty much kill him.
Oh yeah, alone. Level 5 with the Toss Avalanche and the Thunder God's Wrath, that'll kill Charlie. Right now. As mid lane, they're getting aggressive onto the Zeus. They've caught him. Iceberg will fall. A very needed movement there from NiP.
That's exactly what they needed, right? The Prophet plus the Clockwork Initiation together with the Visage. You definitely do kill him before he gets that first evasive item. And you can start pressuring these towers, which really is what their lineup is supposed to be doing at this point. Always want to fly.
See, they're going to try and hold on to the mid lane here, but NiP, they're able to get in onto the Oracle. Always want to fly, goes down to the Soul Assumption, gets the round to the two of them. Meanwhile, though, Roger's able to take down Charlie, comes in with a combo. Charlie goes down, and the tip-in's out. You saw earlier when Iceberg went down, Charlie was quick to send him a tip. So a lot of focus and emotion, as it seems, in particular between Charlie and the lineup of Fly to Moon. You can expect these tips to continue flowing this game.
Yeah, Charlie is a little bit of an interesting fellow.
Well, what's he like in pubs? I feel like Charlie's the one that seems to have a bit of a history with some of these players when it comes to the games.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of games with him recently.
Okay.
But before...
He might be a changed man.
He might be a changed man, but back in the day I remember there was some toxicity involved, a little bit.
Just a little?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Overall, though, you can see that these two wards from Tiny are so good. Roger planted one on the top lane here. He sees Charlie. The other one is at the triangle over here, and he's just scouting constantly. He has this another smoke.
Where? Can he finish the Roger? He's going to get the toss back. It's not enough to save him. I mean, V-Tune's by his side. And will still commit onto the Tiny. It's Supreme. He really wants that kill. My goodness, he wants it. And he doesn't. Oh, he does get it. With the help of the Nature's Wrath. Cost him his life, though. And one of his familiars, maybe even two. Yep, both familiars. That is a hashtag not worth there from Supreme.
That's a big hashtag not worth, because I think Clock might have even killed him alone. The only way he survives is if you get close enough for the toss, right? He gets close enough, Clock gets tossed out.
Oh, I see what you mean. If he didn't give a toss target.
Yeah, a toss target, because he still had quite a bit of...
He would have been able to stay on top of him.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. What we're seeing from Iceberg. Do you like this as well? I mean, this game, just a quick 4-star, suddenly impossible for
no doubt.
Very hard for them to make any players on it. The counter to the cogs, counter to the Grave Chill, counter to the Sprout. Yep. It's all around just a fantastic 4-star.
It's actually a fantastic item versus Visage as well.
Yeah. Damn, easy kills. Iceberg, he just keeps reeling them in. Top lane, General and Roger. They'll find another.
Man, this lineup of NiP, they can't stand alone on the map. If they stay anywhere, Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, even Visage, they just fall so easily. You have so much burst on Flight to Moon.
Yeah, NiP, they can't afford to keep slipping up like this. I mean, we've literally seen this story many times before. Flight to Moon versus NiP. Flight to Moon just cannot help destroying them every single time they've gone up against them in this tournament. And here in this game too, it's looking again to be a solid start for Flight to Moon. Supreme goes for an attempt on to always want to fly. He'll be able to save himself with the false promise. Supreme, he's going to try and go for Iceberg. Won't be able to do so.
He just had to stop him from all these aggressive movements, from all the thunder arcs and whatnot. So he turns a little bit, but he knows he does not have a chance of killing that Zeus. This lineup of NiP was supposed to be doing really well right now, and that's the problem. That's the biggest issue for them.
Arrow. It's going in for this. He's got back up. Sableye and Misha come in. It should be a dead Roger. He's trapped underneath the tower. They get the kill. Roger's punished, but space is there. Flight to Moon. They might not be able to finish the top tier 1 tower. It does end up getting denied, but they get the midpoint instead. V-Tune getting a lot of space on this Morphling, already sailing up towards the top of the board. We saw what he did in a game where he had to make a comeback. This time, he's been ahead for the entirety of it.
Yes, and a lot of space being made. Not only was the top tower denied, they also take the mid-tier 1. That's 2 towers out of the game, which shrinks the map so much for this Terrorblade that's supposed to be farming safely on his side of the map. Suddenly you will have Sand King with, let's say, a dagger, same goes for Tiny. It becomes very difficult for Charlie to play and farm. There we go, the Blink Dagger on General.
Oh, don't get the jump on Charlie, he's just dead. Oh, okay, going for the illusions. General, he has been dusted. Always want to fly. He's going to try and keep him safe. Error. He's actually gone for the kills on the side, so a little split up. They do still get General, but they'll lose Error for it. V-Tune only held in place for the moment being. The Familiars do finish off Always Want to Fly, so NiP, they found a couple. Can they get anything more from this though? V-Tune and Iceberg. Little Speedy Supreme. Not quite going to have the catch on V-Tune as he's away with the waveform, but NiP, that is 2 for 1. Now in position to push in onto mid with Charlie in the meta. They should be able to take this tier 1 down.
That's really well played. That's really, really well played from NiP, even though they're a little bit behind. 4K behind at 14 minutes in isn't really little. That's a big thing. But they also recognized exactly how Flight to Moon will play. They want to invade your jungle, they want to pressure the Stevie, so why not just wait for them on the high ground, which is what they did, and they repelled this first aggressive movement from Flight to Moon. It's really important.
Yeah, they just need a bit more of that NiP here to swing this around. Demerol. It's looking for that bounty room. Won't be able to get it. Error. It's able to pick it up in time. Iceberg's coming across with the follow-up burst, but Error's able to make it out. Quick shot over to more towards the mid lane will save him.
Well, that was pretty good for Error. He got the bounty. He also got out. Roger, however, Charlie.
Oh, have they got the burst? Get the Sunder off this time round. No Thunder God's Wrath was available to back him up. And Roger might just die to this as the illusion is chasing him. And he's going to get popped. Terror hitting the shot with the rocket flare. Over towards the river as well. They've Always Want to Fly. He's false promised himself, but they have the damage and the control with Triumph Micro to take down another. It's NiP starting to get some kills going their way now.
Okay, so I have to say, Flight to Moon, they're making some very basic mistakes. You're ahead. All your main initiator have daggers, your Tiny and your Sand King. That doesn't necessarily mean that you get to play alone afterwards, right? Like, if you continue playing alone, you're giving them an opportunity of coming back, which NiP is gladly taking. They kill off the Tiny. Iceberg. Misha might be the...
Yeah, Roger. The combo. And these heroes will continue to burst anyone that comes out alone until BKB's glimmers are online.
If you're an NiP, you're fine with that. It's your position 5 that died. At the same time, you pressured the bottom lane. You opened up the map for Charlie. It's not the biggest thing if an Enchantress dies, as long as you're making them use spells and resources.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
At least the hood done here for Sableye, who shouldn't get popped as easily by the blink combo they're going for. NiP, they're going to try and hit Flight to Moon with the smoke coming in with the Wrath round. They're going to find Iceberg. Oh, that's a dream way to start. That's the catch they want to find here, pushing him back with the cogs into the familiar stuns.
Really, really good play.
Yeah.
He had haste there, but he used force too soon. Era hooked him after the force staff, and then he had no way out. But man, NiP, they're playing really, really well when it comes to these rotations. They're doing everything on point. They're realizing where Flight to Moon wants to play, and they're punishing them with these smoke rotations.
Now V-Tune, he's got the meta form, but can't really chase into this here. Saberlight's coming over. I mean, General and V-Tune still aggressively stepping up into the high ground. General, he even wants to go. He's going to go for the burst drop. Rogers in as well with the avalanche toss. Era's pretty tanky though. Era will finally pop as V-Tune looks to turn on towards Saberlight. This Morphling hitting pretty darn hard. The Thunderbolt's Wrath comes out, but they've lost Roger. Now turning with a familiar stun control onto V-Tune. V-Tune's saved just in time by the false promise. Always want to fly, will fall. V-Tune's still taking heavy damage. Is he going to be able to outdo the damage coming out? He will. He's started to shift. He's trying to live, but he cannot survive.
Tell me, Owen, did you ever play a party with your, like, let's say ERL friends that don't really play Dota a lot in some 2K, 1K games?
All the time.
Yeah, there you, and then you go into your normal ranked games, and you feel like, I can't play like this anymore. I can't play as freely. I feel like Fly to Moon, they expected the same NiP from the first game, and this NiP is completely different. This is like your real ranked. The first game NiP was your 1K, 2K friends. So Fly to Moon definitely needs to step it up when it comes to their aggressive playstyle and how they rotate across the map, because they're getting punished time after time.
No, yeah, they're losing a lot of the lead that they had. As the moment's passed, this Supreme Visage will take a hold of the top spot with the Midas going. And Charlie's terribly not too far behind either.
You can see that the itemization is really crucial on both sides. This is a game in which you really have to think about what you're buying. Because of that, General has a Vanguard already. He's most likely going for that Crimson Guard that negates the damage from Saberlight, Supreme and Charlie. But mostly Supreme. Era has a Hood. You can see Hood as well, I believe, on Saberlight because of that magic damage that's coming from Fly to Moon. But damn, Supreme went for a BKB, so that's actually very interesting.
We've seen Saberlight nearly having that, yeah, full pipe for the team. It's going to make all the difference against this lineup from Fly to Moon. Very reliant on the magic damage, at least at this point of the game, until V-Tune becomes that real late game right clicker. It's going to take some time though. V-Tune.
I think they tried to catch him off guard. If he is not really shifting his strength at all, if he's low enough, you can kill him with perhaps Nature's Prophet ulti plus the hook shot. That's what they tried there, but it just looked silly.
Gotcha. Coming out on the top lane, Fly to Moon. The three of them. Ready to push, Roger. Ready to seize the opportunity to jump. We're seeing the Aghanims halfway done right now on Iceberg.
This next set of items is very crucial for both sides. You need to wait for them. Aghanims on Zeus, Crimson Guard on Sand. On the other hand, you have the pipe coming from Saberlight. You have the BKB as well from the Visage that's already done. After that, we'll see just which set of items makes the team stronger in the next couple of team fights. I couldn't really call which team is going to take it. It really comes down to execution.
Oh, they may just find a big one here. It's just going to be always one of Fly tanking it. As Iceberg's already starting to head away. TPs are coming over. Maybe thinking if they can turn, we'll be able to save always one of Fly. Well, in fact, him saving himself. Force was used here from Iceberg to give him that extra bit of safety. And still, they're looking to go in. General is caught out. He's pretty tanky as they're sanking. Going with the Burrow Strike may not be quite tanky enough though. The Soul Assumption and the Impetus finish him off. They couldn't get a fight going that Fly to Moon. General dying without any backup. They got out with the TPs of their own time. They're not. Always want to fly. Left behind. The rest will escape. Again, NiP sweeping across, picking up kills, and taking away these towers without any chance for Fly to Moon to get together a defense.
Yeah, NiP definitely playing the way they should be. Maybe this is even Rosh. You have a bit more than a quarter of meta on. Yeah, they're going straight into it. Why not? Visage is extremely good at taking the Roshan.
We'll see what they can do around here. Can anybody go for a steal? V2's heading in. I don't know if he wants to try for this. This is a little too risky. Yeah, he's not going to. Surely not. Okay, Roger is. Roger's going to try and start things. I mean, he will die immediately for that attempt. And yeah, V-Tune, he's not going in. He's not going in. They can't stop this. They can't try for a steal. This Roche, the NiP's Aegis grabbed by Charlie. And it definitely feels like if NiP just want to group up as 5 and go down a lane, it's getting to that point where they can push around this Terrorblade and Fly to Moon, their lineup very good at sort of finding pickoffs, jumping and popping someone. Against a full 5-man and this pipe done by Saberlight, their team fight just isn't as threatening.
Yeah, because of the way you itemize on the side of even though it takes like 30 seconds to kill that Sand King, there's no damage coming from Fly to Moon. You have the BKB, you have the pipes, the hoods, the glimmer capes, and most of your damage on Fly to Moon, it really is magical right now. So you can't kill anyone. I like the itemization from the Sand King with the Crimson Guard pretty much being built up right now.
Oh, here we go. General wants a free one.
Okay.
Oh, no. Didn't do the maths. We've got Thunder God's Wrath soon. It's not going to matter now. The heals too are kicking in.
If it's a different game, if it's a game in which he has perhaps a Veil, that's a kill.
Yeah,
that's definitely a kill. But in a game in which he's forced to itemize so defensively, he can't even get the position 5 Enchantress down.
Always want to fly. It's going to be fine. Just stays.
Don't be mad.
Out of vision down bottom. They'll find error. Managed to get the jump on him. Starting to see NiP split back up a little bit, and that is when they're vulnerable to these moves from Fly to Moon.
But look at where Terrorblade is. Era isn't there coincidentally. He's there because that's the only route they can take to get to Charlie. And because of his death, Charlie is fine here and he can continue on farming.
Got the full Ags on Iceberg now, so again, significant burst. Ags done on Supreme as well.
Yeah, that Aghanim on Supreme is really big because the amount of control that you get from 3 birds, actually 6 if you have your ulti up, is huge. And if a Morphling doesn't have a BKB, 1 Visage is enough to control him for a very significant time.
Yeah, especially against these heroes like Roger and General. It's Tiny and Sankey, they're always going to be in the front on top of you. You're going to be able to catch multiple in the familiar drops. Error. So they go straight for the hook shot in. Onto the Tiny. Toss backs there. Saberlight comes in with a TP on the back line. So the Wolves always want to fly. Now the false prize comes out to Roger. Always want to fly will fall. Roger, he's going to be abandoned. They're going to leave him. They're just going to let NiP take this one as well as Roger. He's going to have blink in 8 seconds. That's not going to be anywhere near soon enough. Sprouts out. NiP continuing to pick up kills as they wish.
NiP just hit this timing and you can't fight if you fight Moon. Even that fight over there looked pretty good. You had Oracle in position to save Tiny. You had your Nimbus in a really good spot. But it just doesn't matter. You don't have the damage to take them down. How's Morphling doing? Has Skadi and Manta. Man, this just doesn't feel like it will change a lot.
Still yet to really see him get to the chance to show what he's capable of in the fights. And for the most part, avoiding them this game. V2. As DD is sitting for NiP, so should be able to head back, grab this on Charlie. Come to an end though, so looks to be a farming DD, maybe just working on their next big items before they start to push again. NiP, I mean, with the farm that Charlie and Supreme have, maybe not really feeling too much pressure themselves. There is a Zeus mid on the other side, maybe not too worried about Iceberg as things get later on.
They're just taking one objective after another. See the way they're rotating across the map as well. They're just setting up the 2 possible smoke rotations, green and brown, that's Clockwork and Enchantress, while Visage is pressuring the tier 2. But meanwhile, Fight to Moon, they're not really interested in fighting, are they? They're just farming on V-Tune in general. The rest of them are hiding behind towers.
And we see what Iceberg next up. It's going for the Octarine.
He's got what he needs.
Yeah, it's like you're going to have the high ground, you're going to have the D push, right? You're going to have the defense.
It's not that big of a defense versus Visage. Zeus, that is, because of the birds. They do the heavy lifting.
Oh, quick one hit. Arrow jumps out. They're going to use the Thunder God's Wrath, maybe see if there's the chance to jump in and catch anyone else. Just give them the vision on Supreme, but Supreme, he's out. Pops the BKB, TP's away immediately after he gets scouted by that Zeus ult.
Yeah, that was a really good smoke as well. Something that we came to expect from these teams because Aegis was running out. And Aegis is out right now. They are 4. Why not smoke again?
There we have it. Deep smoke from FlyToMoon on the attempt to catch more here. Do they want to go deep past the tier 2? This is pretty deep.
It's so dangerous.
It might catch FlyToMoon off to guard. They're going to start poking at Charlie. V2 turning into TB. That's dead always want to fly. V2, he's going to start backing away. This was a very, very deep poke here from FlyToMoon. I think they'll do good if they don't lose anyone else other than the Oracle. And they'll get out. Some very aggressive moves there.
Yeah, that was very aggressive. It was so aggressive because Clockwork was also respawning. And he joined the fight.
Well, Sableye's trying to catch. He's found V2 and the Sprout, but V2's still able to wait for him away. So V2 will make it out of there. NiP have, with that move though, reached the tier 2 again in the mid lane.
Is that the Hex I saw on message? The Supreme have a Hex completed or not yet? Only 3,000 gold. Okay, so he's getting there slowly, but eventually he will get it, and Morphling will not have a free game like now. Solar Crest, next one for Saberlight. Well, with the Hex next. Really solid stuff from them.
Yeah, and you really do feel it. Anytime they're in this 5-man group up, it just seems impossible for FlyToMoon to fight into them. The only kills that FlyToMoon has found over the past 10 minutes has been that of people being left alone, being separated from the main movement of NiP. The team as a whole, very hard for FlyToMoon to really dive into.
Also notice that 4 players of NiP have a hood of Defiance, and the one that doesn't, the Terrorblade, he has just a cloak. So all of them are itemizing versus the massive magical damage output that's coming from FlyToMoon.
Yeah, and it's working. They can't kill them very quickly at all.
Okay, Supreme doesn't have it, but he has a shawl. It's something.
See, top lane, not much you can do against the Sand King. So we're seeing NiP do a good job of starting to control this game. I mean, when are they going to try and push from? When do they need to start looking for the high ground?
I think you're looking at 1 or 2 pickoffs, or you're thinking about this next Roshan. And to control the Roshan successfully, you need to take this cliff area where they are heading right now. You see where they're camping. When you're sitting here, you can creep skip mid lane and top lane, and pretty much constantly shove in 2 lanes. So this is strategically a really, really good position for NiP.
Well, BKB done now for the morph, so we'll see V2 have a better shot in the team fights. For the most part, he's just having to be very careful where he forming a waste. Use the Thunder God's Wrath to try and scout them out. This will probably give the info to NiP that FlyToMoon are looking to do something. Or down. Look for the jump in onto Era. He will fall. So a quick jump to start things. NiP thinking about trying to chase back. Won't do so. There is the completion of the Hex for Supreme. So he's got a lot of control.
He's dealing no. Once that Crimson Guard is spot on Sand King, his birds are irrelevant. All you can do with them is pretty much stun. So FlyToMoon get away without losing anyone. Morphling is keeping up. His farm is solid considering how the game went. He didn't join any of the fights. He was AFK for the majority.
Well, I mean, he's 2-1 of 3, but he's only been involved in 5 of the 15 this game. V2 very much just focused on farming in the safe places.
It is the right choice because usually when you think about this carry-to-carry matchup, Morphling is the stronger one. However, there's a lot of supporting cast on the side of NiP.
NiP out with the smoke, ready to try and make a catch with this Hex. Just always want to fly. Ooh, it's going to get going on here. Error goes through. The Force will save the Oracle though. That will put an end to that smoke move from NiP. Not able to get anyone by surprise. Saberlight peeping over, but not quite in range to start anything else off.
That was a very nice Nimbus play from Iceberg as well, separating the aggression, so it was only Clockwork on the high ground. The rest of them had to deal with Nimbus first, and only then they could follow up.
The Hex out. Supreme also committing the BKB to try and finish off Roger, but Roger's forced over the cliff. He's fine. General will get turned towards Cayman in the midst of it all, but they have the dust out. Roger falls. But for a minute, V-Tune as well, having to back up and trying to see if they can catch anything more here. NiP as they chase across. Did pop the meta for this one. At the least, maybe able to have a shot at trying to push high ground with his meta onto the side. A safety toss back from Roger. Keeps always want to fly it out of harm's way.
One of the difficulties that you find, yeah, this Terrorblade hits hard. He has that crit completed as well.
Yeah, also the full BKB as well now for Charlie, so very little for him to be concerned over the fights when that BKB's up.
So they're going straight into the pit, but this meta is about to run out.
Yeah, Flight is heading over. There's going to be the buyback. They're going to make sure that they contest NiP here, as NiP are going to stay in the pit. They're really trying to finish it. Can they do so in time? Aaron comes out, and that's good. Distraction. They can't get to the pit in time. NiP will have the space required to get the Roshan Aegis onto Charlie. So being able to find the kill onto Roger, seeing if they can chase for more. They get the stun out. Arms always want to fly. General jumps back in. They turn on the Saberlight. V-Tune, he's able to find one. Looks over towards Misha. Misha trying to get back towards the safety of the rest of the team. Turns into the TB there. V-Tune and using a reflection to try and slow them down. But Charlie pushes on, takes down Always Want to Fly.
That's a buyback from General. They lose 2. That's Aegis, and she's picked up by NiP. At least they take Saberlight out of the equation, but man, if you're NiP, you're happy with how the things are going.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid now for NiP.
You just got rushed without meta.
Yeah.
You didn't even use any big spells there. You didn't even use BKB. Like afterwards you did in fight, but you're extremely satisfied if you're NiP.
Yeah, you're definitely getting in the position where you've got all the tools to push. Maybe being down Saberlight for a minute will again at least cause them to wait until he's back in. I guess no need to really try and push it. Watch, you haven't got the Prophet alive.
It was a really nice defense of the Rosh pit as well, right? Era went outside.
Yeah, great hook shot from Era. It stopped any steal, any counterplay. They just couldn't get near the pit because of Era heading straight up like that.
Hex also on the tiny. Roger is your main target that you're worried of, and he was smart about it. He used the spider legs. He tried to get over the cliff and then blink in, but instantly hexed by Supreme. He's sick of his shenanigans and trying to steal that rush. So I'm impressed by the way NiP is playing the second game, because we have seen many series between these two teams, and so far this looks like the best performance NiP have had.
They've definitely got something good going here. I mean, the last pick has definitely been played to full potential. I mean, Supreme on the Visage came through last in the draft, 11-2-8. He's had a very, very good game. Despite having that rough start.
The start was...
It was a rough mid matchup in the sense that things fell apart because of those early movements that really gave the boost to Iceberg.
One thing is though, this like the panel mentioned, like we mentioned during the early stages of the game, is a really good Visage game. You don't have any hero that really deals with him easily. And I love this. He's actually going for Refresher. This is something that I haven't seen since Virtstro Lil days. If you remember before on Virtstro, he used to go for Blink Refresher on Visage. He would blink on top of you, summon the birds, stun you with them, use all his spells, then refresh, summon more birds. You would be stunned for like 10 seconds just off of that. It's an unconventional build, but I like it.
Yeah, definitely a high skill cap build as well. You got to have the execution down to see if you're trying to go for that max duration lockdown between the birds.
Yeah, you can mess it up definitely, but he has 2 hexes as well to work with, right? He has...
Sure, so if it's ever like, oh, there's a bit of a window where you're getting away before the stun's dropping, bam, you got a hex to cover yourself, yeah. And without a doubt. Seeing Charlie, so Arcane Room ready to go, so that next meta will be with a reduced cooldown to benefit him for the second play off the back of it. I'm gonna go for the smoke here, Flight to Moon.
And the double damage. So they're smoked up
Arcane DD.
with Arcane DD.
Damn, that's gonna feel pretty good. How can they stop him? Let's see what they've got. There's NiP approaching the high ground. What have FlyToMoon got to push them back? Iceberg is going to do his best, sitting back, spamming out the lightning. Will certainly clear out the wave pretty reliably. Probably getting a lot of damage done to the tier 3, even through the repair kit. They get it. The tower go down. Hexon's always want to drive. They'll buy back immediately. Charlie, he's just tearing apart the base. They're onto the Rex they go. There's just no presence, no front line from FlyToMoon that can jump in and stop this Terrorblade.
You just side Gabe him, please. When you see Charlie with Arcane Rune and double damage, you know the odds are not in your favor. They tried to put up a defense. They had the repair kit over there as well. They had the glyph, but it's just not enough. This Terrorblade is a beast. He has a Daedalus completed.
Yeah, and I mean, where's the next bit of power spike for FlyToMoon? We're seeing them struggle to defend. Does anything get better for them as the moments pass?
I actually don't see...
Oh, Iceberg. He's going to need some serious assistance. He's going to get it. General comes in with the Burrow Strike on 2. The 4-star on Iceberg taking him down to the low ground. Roger also able to break it away. General's out as well with the Burrow Strike. And the extra try to come bouncing around. Always want to fly. Tries to help him out. Can't do so. There's no false promise. Already been used. That's General down for 100 seconds, a long time without the Sand King.
Supreme just ravaged them with his birds. Not only did he catch General with 2 stuns, the one remaining stun that he had with the bird stunned 3 remaining heroes. That was extremely well played by Supreme. And you asked about the next big power spike for FlyToMoon. I really don't see it. V-Tune has to do some blocking.
He's going in. He's going in, V-Tune. He's trying to fight them. He's kind of doing it here. Supreme's getting low, but Supreme will let V-Tune. He's hookshot into it. He is dead, though. Went in, no goal for buyback. That may just be them throwing in the towel here in game 2. As you've lost your more 75, V-Tune just not able to really get much done at all this game as he was playing from behind. This Terrorblade just out-carrying him in every sense. As the second round will go down. The game won't come to an end yet, but it definitely feels like we're on the final chapter.
Roger didn't have buyback, so they tried to go back for him. Maybe they'll go for bottom Raxes. Let's see. It definitely does look that way. They know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just stepping forward underneath the birds. He's dead. Or is he? Always want to fly. With the plot twist as he comes in with the false promise. There's a lot of damage coming out to Roger. And they get him back to safety. The birds continue to be him down and will kill him off. Roger is gone. 10 seconds until General's up.
Yeah. 30 seconds without morphing. Megas are there. It's only now a question of NiP. Do they want to finish it or wait for the meta? It looks like they want to finish it.
We'll see. It's going to be the last attempt for FlyToMoon in game 2. General. It's going to go in. It's a big FE. And the Thunder Ghost Wrath bursting them down low. But Charlie's able to pop the BKB. Town with the Thunder back up to full HP. Always want to fly goes down. GG well played his call. And NiP will be able to punch back here very nicely in game 2 after falling flat on their faces in game 1, coming back in and showing that they're not to be shaken up, and they can still do it here today as they'll take this game 2 against FlyToMoon.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied with the boys. I think they outplayed themselves. This is better than anything I have seen from NiP in this tournament. Looked really solid. Okay,
It's turn to pick.
Or the Grizzlies.
We liked second
Real
pick.
bears.
We liked second pick because the only good player on our team was our mid laner.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So I just last picked on somebody and he carried us.
Seems intentional.
It actually worked.
There you
Like,
go.
man, is this how captains do it? Holy shit, easy.
I must say though, I am liking this draft for Ninjas in Pajamas because where you're talking about Supreme, if the first hero that pops into my mind for Supreme is the Queen of Pain, and if he's comfortable on his Queen of Pain, I don't know if there's a whole lot that Flight of Moon can do against this. And I personally have, I mean, we've seen Venom be successful, we've seen Invoker be successful, but I'm just not convinced when I see their draft. It just looks so much easier for Ninjas in Pajamas at the moment.
Maybe I'm like super biased because I'm a Venom spammer, but I'm now not a Venom spammer. Everybody's banning it, actually, it's a problem. But I really do like the Venom versus the Faceless Void matchup. I don't know what Void can do. You need a really incredibly strong support to beat a Venom, and then there's still a tiny set. So I really like that matchup. I'm sure Charlie is very comfortable playing against this because this is the probably the most common matchup in the safe lane, off lane. Like I would bet my. I'm not going to go there, but I would bet.
Let's go.
What would you bet?
Let's go.
I would bet.
Which one, the left or the right one?
Oh, you knew where I was going with that. I was going to say my third.
Oh, okay.
I would bet that this is the most common matchup in the current patch. In 7.
Ooh,
what the hell is that here?
Out of left field comes the Chaos.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Do we like that? What are we thinking about that? Because I have no idea, because this is not a hero.
No, it's not really a hero. And whatever was his original claim to fame is that he was very reliable in lane just because you had the lifesteal on a cooldown. Now that it's RNG, you can't even guarantee that you'll be able to do that well against this Prophet, which I'm assuming is going to be a Saberlight Prophet again, seeing as how they picked the Queen of Pain for Supreme, most likely. But I don't really see what he excels at. And even in this draft, like, I don't see any synergies other than, I don't know, 2 Chaos Bolts.
I actually like it. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Really liked it for a second.
I was going to say, against the Nature's Prophet, I like the CK because it's a kill hero. But against Underlord, illusions don't exist. That's a problem. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
This solves the hero. It's good that this is a flexible hero on the Nature's Prophet. Looking at the odds.
Give me the odds.
Well, they're still
5-2 to 2.38.
They're still pretty decently into Flight of Moon, which at this draft, I take it. As in, I'd bet for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah,
I like their draft. Like, they just seem. It seems like a more comfortable draft, less finicky.
There's something that they have in mind with this CK, and I'm trying to look at the heroes that NiP have. Because I definitely don't see any synergies with CK and Flight of Moon's heroes. Like,
they got the double stun.
Sure. Yeah, so it was a single target spell on a carry.
I do think you can burst Void and Queen of Pain with CK. I think these heroes don't like being charged by 3 illusions into Chaos Knight and stunned. I think they can die. Okay. But with that being said, you're playing into an Underlord who's going to instantly kill all.
Yeah.
Not instantly. I'm exaggerating.
And a Quap that'll
very quickly kill the illusion.
Eventually get 25 with the Fear, which is also a huge pain in the ass whenever you're trying to organize all your units. And again, in the lane, I don't really see how CK does well. He has pretty higher than average base regen, right?
I have no idea.
I think he does. And then his armor is average. It was really the lifesteal that made him a good laner, and that's so unreliable now that
I think what makes CK a good laner these days, if he's in a good lane, is kill threat. He's like a kill hero. But against Underlord, it's hard. You can snowball on him.
Okay, dodge the lane. Is this like?
You could do that actually. You could dodge the lane.
Veno CK lane top, tiny bottom.
It'd be Grimstroke CK against Void.
You need the Veno to be a core.
You need Veno to be a core, but you probably want the Veno versus the Void is the problem.
Yeah. I don't know what their plan is.
Well, we're gonna find out what their plan is. That is what's happening right now. The third game to this series. Which of these 2 teams will be guaranteed top 3 in the Divine Bracket? Let's find out together with Odie Pixel and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, the deciding game now between NiP and Fly2Moon. And we're getting a new hero. The Chaos Knight appears. Lizard, what do you sort of reckon of this carry at the moment?
It's interesting. I see the picks of Chaos Knight steadily rising in pubs as well, especially in the CIS pubs, among CIS players, I should say.
Okay.
I think it's quite decent. Like, you have that BKB piercing reality rift later on. The laning stage itself is pretty sick with the Grimstroke. You have reality rift, you have stun, you have Inkswell. It should. I'm not just quite sure how well it will be versus the Underlord, because that's a hard matchup. But overall, they also have the Venomancer on top lane versus Void, and that's not something that Void really likes to play into at all. Plus, the Queen of Pain on NiP on the mid lane, yeah, that should be a solid lane for them at least. For NiP, Queen of Pain lane should do quite alright.
So with the CK, what sort of build do you go? Do you go Midas, or do you go sort of like this drums, armlet, or like what's sort of the build nowadays?
That's the real question, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you think people still testing around with it?
I have seen a lot of different teams. Well, not a lot of different teams. Let's put it this way. I have seen CK in three total games, and in each game it was a completely different build.
Okay.
It's right for you. This hero just rocks, because if there's nothing to deal with your illusions, it doesn't really matter how well you itemize, because you just hit that peak. Are you going for a BKB? Are you going for a heart? Are you going for armed and whatnot? Like, as long as you tank up well enough. In this kind of a game, though, you're playing versus a Void and you're playing versus Underlord, so there are some problems that I see coming for VTune's Chaos Knight.
Let's see. We'll see how Iceberg can do. I do remember we did see Iceberg the other day on the Invoker have an incredible game, so definitely eyes on him to see if he's able to hit that sort of top tier performance that we've come to expect from his Invoker. The top lane, is, you say, what pressure definitely going to be there on Charlie's Void early on. I mean, which carry's going to have a rougher time in the lane, Charlie on the Void or VTune on the CK, do you think?
I think it comes down to Misha and how he plays this lane as an Aegis Prophet, because you can really pressure the Venomancer and the Tiny until they hit level 2 or 3. Specifically Tiny, he has no armor. You come here with the Blightstone and you just zone him constantly. But if you get caught out of position with that one Gale, you can easily die.
Oh, Roger. Actually getting blocked here by the Treants of Misha, and he's going to go down. First blood for NiP there. Nice play from Misha, just blocking off that little route of escape through the trees. So Roger, he couldn't get away.
And that's really it. That's exactly how you have to play that lane, to punish the Tiny and the Venomancer so they don't scale that well early on. What's happening over here? Chaos Knight was so far behind.
Just had a creep wave, just got dragged right back or something. It's right back behind the tower. And this, I mean, well, yeah, for Charlie, do you like this approach against the Veno lane, the double rings of regen on the safe laner? Is it the way to go against the Venomancer?
Yeah, it's something different. It's I think it's a way to just be able to play versus general. That poison sting also got nerfed a little bit, so if you have that double ring of regen, you will be able to sustain yourself without constantly ferrying in the tangos. One good thing that they have as well on that top lane for NiP is you are playing with an Aegis Prophet, so that's your free courier, right? He can always TP back and bring you your stuff.
And we're seeing so far Charlie 12 for 3, VTune 10 for 5 down bottom, and in the mid lane Iceberg certainly off to a very nice start on the first few waves here. 11 and 7 against the 8 for 2, getting some good denies in against the Quap. Going for this Exalt build, of course, and just having that favourable right click, especially with the help of the Forge Spirit.
This is full comfort zone as well for Iceberg. You mentioned that he played this Invoker recently, that you watched that game, but overall he's been playing Invoker for the majority of his career, and for as long as I can remember, his Invoker was very solid.
Well, Supreme, I'll take quite the hits here. No Sunstrike availability though, and Supreme sound with the Ready Mango as well. See top lane, General's Farm. As Roger actually able to get Charlie's courier there, not too hot on the micro there. Charlie lets the courier take the wrong route round, and Roger able to easily take it.
Yeah, I love how Panel discussed this bottom lane, like the killer lane. It really is when you see Grimstroke and CK. The way you play that lane is you get kills on whoever is there, but Underlord and Clockwork, they're really difficult to go on. You have Pit of Malice, perhaps on one of these levels, then you have the Cogs, the Battery Assault. They're both naturally very tanky.
We'll see 4-minute rune Iceberg. I'm going to get lucky with the RNG this time. It's going to fall the bottom side. Era's going to be able to grab that.
This time he takes the rune and he doesn't die, so it's a much better start for NiP already.
Let me try and do something here. Mid only level 1 on the clock, so only a Cogs to offer up. Supreme actually getting gone on by Iceberg.
Yeah, Supreme is way too low. Oh.
They're going to Cogs Iceberg in. Have they got the damage? He's got the Fairy Fire, and that Shadow Stroke won't kill him. The dagger not enough damage. Iceberg, oh, Supreme, okay, he goes for it. Oh no, oh no, Rocket. Oh no. Oh, that's a tip. Oh, that's a big old tip right there.
Oh.
Oh, you hate to see it. Well, you also kind of love it as well because that was you gotta love the fails. That was a bit of an epic one.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that in one of the we'll see that in one of those highlight reels of the tournament.
Oh, V-Tune, has he got this?
He's got it.
Oh no, he wasn't able to get there in time around the Cogs.
Yeah, he was a little bit slow there. He could have ran instantly to it. He took the longer way around so he doesn't get caught back, but he could have went a bit closer.
Toss back. Oh, if he dies here, it's gonna hurt. Oh no!
Oh, what's happening?
Oh, we're getting some fails all over the place. Fails on mid, fails up top. Charlie dying after using his TP. He's gonna have to walk back to the lane. Did he just not expect to have? Did he just forget about Avalanche?
I guess this feels like a fails of the week highlight reel from NiP.
Gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, that Void is gonna have to run back straight to the lane.
And he was having a good time as well in the lane. Like, Charlie was farming well. Wasn't getting bullied back too hard, but that opportunity there from Roger in general to get the kill. And again, just not only the kill, but during a TP attempt.
Is that a Midas completed? Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. He's back. He's back, boys and girls. Supreme's back. Who's got a Midas?
No, it's not a Midas. It's Power Crest.
6 minutes in?
No, I saw V-Tune with just haste, right? And the gloves of haste. So I was thinking maybe he's got Midas ferried in, but no, it's just the Power Threads.
We get some tips back as well here between the mid laners. It's all kicking off bottom lane. See if they can get always one on a fly back to safety. He's got the Fairy Fire. It's going to be fine.
Didn't you notice that something very similar happened in that first game? Era tries to gank mid, he dies, his mid dies, and then Visage gets a kill on Zeus. This game around, Pain.
Oh, that's a tip. Oh, that's a double tip. Oh, these getting the Sunstrike. Charlie. Is Charlie's TP still on cooldown, or will it be back by now? On the
it has to be back. Unless he tried to TP again. We should probably check. Maybe
he's got it. He's got it.
All right.
If he didn't, he would be pretty mad. The Iceberg there with the snipe.
Iceberg in the last game with the Zeus got the same kill on Charlie, and now he gets with the Sunstrike. The game is repeating itself pretty much.
Maris in Iceberg. No, other than that death, having a good time. Era's going to try and come over towards the mid lane. It's hard now. I mean, level 7 on the Invoker. Not an easy hero to dive in on.
You have a ward as well right there, so you see Era, Iceberg. I think Era knows that Iceberg...
With the 3 of them. Have they got detection? They have. Dust is there. He's going to get out to the side. Iceberg will live. Able to walk away. Mass TP's coming in. V-Tune's going to turn. Pull in the Prophet underneath the tower. Take out Misha. Backup comes in for Fly to Moon. And they'll hold off against them. 8-minute rune. It's going to be down bottom. And NiP will at least be able to hold that here for Supreme.
Even though that play didn't work out for NiP, I love it. Because Era... Look, you don't have a sentry there, but you understand there's a ward. Because of the way Iceberg is moving, he's going down the ramp, up the ramp. But Era just stays there.
Oh, we're going to see the Sunstrike.
Oh!
That was it. Very nicely done.
He gave Invoker false sense of security for Nature's Prophet to TP back and get disabled.
Nearly happened there again. This time, Roger. Unable to quite get the combo going. Still, Charlie's just bullied straight away from this lane. We've seen a sort of a switch up. Saberlight is going to come up here as the Underlord, and Charlie looks like he's just going to look towards the jungle right now.
I don't think there's a single hero on NiP that can lane versus General right now. But if you're Underlord, at least you can outpush the lanes constantly with Firestorm. So it's not a good situation to be in, but it's the best that you've got, and at least you'll defend the tower. Yeah, Midas almost completed on VTune, 1400 gold with power treads. He's farming extremely well, and he wasn't pressured at all on that bottom lane.
No, yeah, definitely starting to see the effects there of the pressure that Charlie was getting in comparison to that VTune was. Charlie just a little bit behind. Let's throw DK right now.
This is a good combo.
And Roger's trying to come in from behind. Look at the toss over on Saberlight. Saberlight, he's not going to be able to save Misha. Now, as Misha is going to go down. Okay, able to get the deny at least. Denied there. General goes for the TP out and is away before Supreme can finish him. Supreme, he's actually out of mana. He's going to get silenced there. Saberlight needs to take him away. Roger, I think he's trying to... Oh, the ball! Oh, he's going to do it! He's going to do it! He's outside of the range of the ult, but it doesn't matter. Supreme will still live with the stick. It was a good attempt from the Tiny.
It was a good attempt. Yeah. If the CK wasn't there on time, if he tosses the Quap on the CK, then it's a kill because you have the follow-up Reality Rift and stun. Sadly, that didn't happen. Also, I think Supreme...
he might still find the Quap. He did. He found it. Roger went into the jungle and he caught Supreme trying to walk back to base.
Oh, Roger.
Oh, tips. That's a tip.
Ah, man. It's... the way he plays Tiny, he's constantly aggressive. Like, you have to go base. If you're low, just go base versus Roger. He's gonna find you.
They've got the setup. Cold snap into... Oh,
another one.
And then there's the tip. General's throwing one in.
Roger is
coming out.
Yeah, Roger is coming for you. If you're 50% HP, you just better run base. Get to the fountain.
They're playing very fast here, Fly to Moon. With these tiny combos. We'll see it again there. Oh. Gotta be careful out on the map when Roger's on the hunt. Toss, Avalanche and a Sunstrike at this stage of the game is going to pretty much 100-0 most of the heroes on NiP.
They still haven't used the single chrono, right?
No.
They didn't really have a lot
no
of damage. When you think about it, not like you have Invoker or a Jakiro. Quap is fine, but it's not really that awesome.
No, I mean, it's definitely going to fall off in potency the later you leave it. So if you do want to try and get some kills with the chrono, you imagine he's out in the hunt now. But still, Charlie, he just wants to get his Midas done. Yeah. Before anything else happens.
And they're not letting him have that.
No.
He goes down bottom and it's a Venomancer pushing in. Now there's another smoke coming from Hellraiser's. Roger is just leading the charge. He has 700 gold plus Tranquils. 11 minutes in, 12 minutes in. It feels good.
Oh, Saberlight. He is a beefier one, but honestly, with the combo and the three of them up here, they still probably can kill him. Yeah, Saberlight's going to try and get out of it. They may just let him. Do they feel that they can burst it before it? No, they're just going to let him go.
He gets a courier.
All right, easy courier. Sends the tip straight back the way there. V2 for his courier out.
Are you enjoying the tipping game? It's on point, nice. Isn't it? Yeah.
I like it as well because you can't tell if they're having fun or if they're genuinely trying to get it.
Yeah. If they genuinely
I'm gonna feel that it's the latter. All right, bit of revenge on a Roger. Let's manage to toss out of this. Avalanche onto the two of them, but the big Nature's Wrath comes in from Misha. They get Roger out of the area. Actually bringing the full 5-man of NiP to this top lane.
The damage that the position 5 Nature's Prophet can do with his ultimate just feels unfair. Like, he just killed a Tiny that was on a quarter of his HP with one ulti.
Yeah, it's big damage. If you get those bounces right. And Misha showing that he knows how to. See on the Midas timing. So Midas done now for Iceberg in the mid lane. Charlie just about to finish his up as well. So
13
Midas is going.
13 minutes in with 2 rings, raid band. It's not the best timing, don't get me wrong, but it could be worse. So he can still recover.
Still just a 2k lead here for Fly to Moon. Still holding the top spot, all 3 of their cores in the lead. And we're seeing Roger 1000 onto the Blink Dagger. Very important timing for him. Into the jungle, Era steps. Always want to fly, and Iceberg are waiting for him. Era, could he hookshot out to save himself? He can't. Cold Snap just keeps him locked down. And again, we're seeing General just get a lot of space. We're seeing General get space in the lanes. Iceberg's getting the kills. Feature General just get a lot of space. We're seeing General get space in the lanes. Iceberg's getting the kills. Feature, he's got the Midas. So all 3 cores just finding some good action across the map. Whereas over on NiP, again, sort of similar to game 1, we're starting to see Saberlight. He's starting to fall behind again.
Yeah, he's playing the sacrificial goat, right? He goes to the lane and they instantly try to rotate on that lane to take the tower. On top lane, he tried to defend it multiple times. He did manage to get out a couple of times with his ulti, but still, that's a lot of time for an Underlord to go back to base, then run to the lane. His movement speed is abysmal. Right, so it looks like Armlet into BKB on the CK. After the Midas has been completed. Perhaps an Echo.
Oh, Roger. And managed to find him again. But... not quite enough damage this time with the combo. Era living with that cloak. A little bit of protection against the Avalanche toss. It's enough. Gets away. Roger won't. On lane, General. It's going to start poking Amisha. They do hit a good stroke here. Amisha obviously always with the opportunity to TP out.
He could just TP out at any given point, but Sunstrike? Oh, miss it. Was close. Misha doesn't really have a teleport scroll, so maybe he doesn't want to waste his spells. We'll see if he sticks around.
That's what they got coming over here. And Misha just going for the Solar Crest as this 5. Do you like this, the no boots profit when you're playing the 5?
Yeah, that's the way to go. You don't really need boots at all. You just go for utility items and you TP across the map where you're needed.
Oh, big pressure on the mid tower. It's going to be the Rift coming in. Saberlight getting in position to get the D push going. Fortification popped here on Fly to Moon as they'll continue on. And with this Alacrity siege creep, they probably are still going to get this tap. And it falls, unable to find the deny there, NiP.
The thing is, if you're playing this Underlord, you really want to keep your towers alive for as long as possible with Firestorm, Spit of Malice. But so far, the only tower that only tier 1 left remaining is the bottom one. And when the game is like this, Underlord doesn't really have a lot of space to farm. You can't really push, you can't really defend. Roger.
And they're finding Roger a lot of times. Maybe Roger's finding them because this time Iceberg's in with the backup. Indeed, Roger this time receiving the help he needs. Oh, Chrono. Oh, he walked into it. An interesting approach as General, he's still alive. The Chrono, it didn't catch anyone. General said, you know what? I'll help you out a bit, buddy. I'll walk into it so it doesn't look too bad. Because General didn't even die anyway, so he didn't even care.
What a true lad.
Yeah.
Such a good player.
You missed your Chronos? Don't worry, mate. I got you. Here you go. Yeah, okay, Chrono down. And nothing to be found from it.
That's the first Chrono as well.
That's the first one we've seen.
Well, it did catch a target at least. It didn't really work out.
Take it. Yeah.
But there's a big item on NiP right now. It's the Queen of Pain's Orchid completed, and there's no saving items on the side of Fly to Moon yet, so this is the time for Supreme to strike and make a move, and that's why they smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is no more.
I'll say Misha nearly got the Solar Crest, so I mean that in itself will certainly do something to enable the Void a little bit. But 6k down, starting to fall behind NiP there. They've got to find some moves.
I love the positioning from General. He's literally saying, if you want to get a kill, you need to go through me.
I mean, that's the thing. They just used a Chrono on him. Right. Still couldn't kill him. See this fight for the war control. Pits out. V-Tune and Roger, they're going to try and step in. Era's going to come in with a hook shot. Sonic Wave will push back can take out the CK. Supreme able to take one, turns over towards Roger. NiP, they'll find 2 kills here. Punishing Flight to Moon, maybe even more. As Misha TPs across, always want to fly able to TP out in time. General still has the 4-staff available. Also a haste rune down here, so he is going to be out of there.
Yeah, there's no hook shots on the clockwork. They can't really chase him here. They can't get him. A little bit greedy from the CK. He didn't have his ulti there. He uses Reality Rift to go on the Queen of Pain, which I can't really blame him. Queen of Pain used Blink, was out of position. He Reality Rift to try and get that kill. But instant reaction from the Underlords from the clockwork.
Just a little bit more of that in NiP. Getting Supreme involved in the action. I mean, Supreme finding the action as this Queen of Pain with the Orchid as he needs to do so. Maelstrom finished on the Void, so that combined with the backup of the team, they'll definitely get the kills with the Chrono. Should be shortly back up.
Yeah, I like the build. I think another item that we might see from Charlie this time around is Axe.
We got Era. Tossed out of his own cogs into the avalanche. Ooh, set up for the Sunstroke onto the turn. The Misha and Era falling low. Misha's going to try and TP out. He's going to make it away. It doesn't matter. The poison gets him in the base. The Ancients do come out and deny Era. That's the Prophet dead. V2 and Iceberg ready to push on down bottom. The Echo Saber complete and out onto V2. 40 seconds. And the ult will be there ready to go again. As Flight to Moon continue to hold solid control of this game.
I actually like this build from V2, and it's a little bit of a hybrid build in which you don't have that BKB, right? But you have enough HP to sustain yourself through a chrono and enough damage to actually be impactful in these next 2 fights.
The dire scan. On the hunt for radiant forces.
We'll see where Supreme wants to head now. Looks like he's just focused on trying to finish this tier 1 top. Maybe go for Iceberg.
He was spotted though.
Oh, he's going to jump in. He's got the Arcane, so low cooldown on the Blink Solid Wave. That might just do it for Iceberg. It will. He gets the kill. Iceberg goes down, and can Supreme get out? He'll be able to drag him back into the stone. Roger's there from the side, using the ult as well. They've got the damage. So Supreme gets the kill. Will lose his life for it, so nothing more than just a trade between the mids.
There's a smoke as well coming from NiP. They're not done yet.
Oh, here we go. They're going to go on General. General's still got a 4-staff available, though, so...
They definitely can take him down.
No, with the chrono popped, that was and they did need to drop the chrono there, otherwise he would have been out with the 4-staff. So a necessary ult.
Definitely. The first both of his ultis so far have been used on the Venomancer. This time around, however, successfully. And the Veno has a very good build when it comes to helping out his team versus the whole thing that NiP have got going for them, but he doesn't really tank himself up with the pipe, so there's still physical damage coming from Void in that Chronosphere that kills him in the end.
Now let's see what we can get with this opening now. I mean, Chronosphere's down. Maybe we could see Flight to Moon try and hunt down Charlie. Got Greaves, yeah, fully done on Saber like that. So definitely some good buffs here for the squad of NiP. If they do get jumped on by the burst, Roger, not going to find anyone here.
Yeah, he does have that Blink Dagger because of that. Will they go to the... Okay, they pop the ulti.
Alright, they'll do it pretty quick. Well, with the medallion, it's going to be scouted out by this rocket flare, but it is falling fast. And NiP's got to make some quick moves if they want to stop this. And it doesn't look like they're going to attempt it at all. They're just going to let this one go. They feel that without the chrono, they can't tackle the Roach fight.
Yeah, they don't have their big ultis. The chrono obviously is the most important one. Pit of Malice, Queen of Pain, Rockets would be annoying, but this team on the side of Flight to Moon just takes it way too fast. You can't just come and poke. Usually what the team does is they circle around the pit, they try to hookshot in, try to poke it a little bit, delay it. But versus this kind of a lineup, it's irrelevant what you do.
Some bottom Charlie. He's got to be careful. On the hunt, okay. He's going to get in with the combo. Sunstrike down, but the Sunstroke off the mark there from Iceberg. A connection probably would have just done it. But not quite able to find him.
Yeah, they weren't really on the same page. Or perhaps Invoker invoked something just a second earlier. I'm not sure, but that Sunstrike even came a second too late.
Tower is under attack.
I see V-Tune. She's using this off cooldown. Objective to objective. The kill top into Roche, into the bottom tower. Continuing to play it very fast here. And especially so with the buff up of the Aegis on Iceberg right now.
I think he finished his BKB right now, right?
Yeah, it's coming out.
Yeah, it's coming out. Oh, here we go. This time around they do get the kill.
They got the combo in check very nicely.
That's a lot of gold for a position 5, especially when you're 4k ahead. They got 300 gold for Misha, but when you look at him, he's actually the wealthiest support in the game.
There we go. Towers continue to fall. NiP still just sort of holding on from behind. B-Tune's farm going unmatched right now. There's 4k in it between him and the Void. NiP really having the pressure on them to get something done with the Chrono.
And he's going for a very active build, like this Silver Edge. After that, he queued up the Desolator already. He really wants to be active. He wants to be fighting constantly.
Or Charlie. The Midas, oh no.
He wants to cut off the map.
Oh no, the Midas, Charlie.
Charlie?
He's waiting for the next wave, but this is
it's
painful seconds.
Oh, yeah.
He just really wanted to have a good sniff of that cliff. It was just head first into the rock. Oh no, he's missed the creep wave. Oh no. Oh no, he's not even going to cut the creep wave. I mean, at least he uses Midas, so at least there's some sort of happy ending. See ya. And Iceberg will be fine.
Scream does have that BKB, which he might have to even pop here.
He'll be fine, unless the sudden strike lands.
That's what he was afraid of, right? Like, some interruption coming. Oh, did he? He blinked in. He cancelled the TP, right?
Did he start it?
Yeah. Oh,
no,
he didn't start it. He didn't at all.
He still got it.
So he's still around.
Yeah.
Maybe he can go for a kill on Walker now.
Oh, hang on. Misha. Goodbye. Another combo here between Roger and Iceberg. The mid lane and bottom lane getting pushed right up.
Yeah, I'm actually sad Supreme went away, because that just would have been a sick play, like staying there in the trees hiding. Iceberg was pushing in. He could have surprised him.
I mean, I still feel we've got to see some more Chronospheres. 26 minutes in, we've only seen 2. One of them killed General. Charlie just not able to find a way to fight, or not at least willing to fight right now against the side Fly to Moon.
The side that does have an Aegis, right?
Yeah,
you can't really deal with them. You don't carry that punch that's necessary to take down a person twice. You can perhaps kill a Walker in one of these Chronos, but how do you kill him after your Chrono is done?
Well, they could get the wrap around on V-Tune. They could certainly go for the CK. V-Tune is actually going to turn and try and go for them. Soulbind down to the 2 of them. He's going to pop the ult. The clock just melts on the front. The Sonic Wave will push it back. Charlie pops the Chrono. He's going for the Grimstroke. He's trying to kill Always Wanna Fly. Always Wanna Fly still able to get the silence off. Does manage to finish off the kill. Charlie, with the remainder of his BKB, will TP out of there. Because overall, this is still a fight that NiP are losing. Saberlight will die before he's able to rift out. That's a bit awkward there. I mean, the Chrono most of the time committing with the BKB to just killing off Always Wanna Fly on the Grimstroke. It meant that Fly to Moon's cause went untouched. They come out of the Chrono. I think what V-Tune was caught in it didn't matter.
Didn't matter. He had BKB. He had BKB and armlet combo. You couldn't kill him. Like, he was even on what, 60% HP or so, but there's just not enough to think about going for that CK.
They're going to try. There's going to be a buyback coming in from Saberlight. They've managed to catch the CK on the high ground. They should be able to find V-Tune, and they will. The pushback for the Cogs, he'll be caught. And get the one of them. Has to Fly to Moon on the way out. Sunstrike off the mark. But at least they get that CK kill. That's a big man down.
That's a really good play from NiP, because they realized there's no way we kill the CK as long as he does have that BKB, which he didn't have there. It was still on cooldown for another 10-ish seconds. perfect opportunity for that buyback into a kill on a very important core.
Orb destruction found here. That's a nice one for the Void. Some very needed extra effective damage with that armor reduction. And excellent chasing.
Iceberg with almost the items completed, 650 gold away. He doesn't really have like a chrono on his side or...
No, but that's when you gotta be really careful with the chronos on NiP. You don't want to be the man that chronos a teammate that gets hit by a cataclysm, because then your people aren't going to be happy on the voice comms if you catch an ally in that chrono.
If it happens, we'll see a lot of tips.
Oh, you bet. Way. If a chrono results in a cataclysm death, the tips will be flying out.
Iceberg, they are pinging him out.
Here we go. Should be a pretty easy one for them. Iceberg, he's got the BKB, the bashes come out, they've got him. Iceberg will fall, and indeed tips.
Oh, Pin of Pain! Supreme, what happened?
Wait, what happened?
That's the Silver Edge, I think, reveal.
I think it caught him off guard, yeah, it must have. You're right, the actor's on cooldown. He was able to sneak in, and Supreme weren't ready.
Damn, the moment it looks like it's going well for NiP when they get that good kill onto the Invoker without even using Chrono, which they didn't even have.
Oh no, look, 30 minutes, it's going to be both outposts in favor of Fly to Moon, so that XP advantage is going to shift even further. And indeed, it was the Glimmer and the Silver Edge combo, just boom from the shadows. They weren't ready. NiP's coming out. General, he's sliding away. And that smoke won't get anything.
And they're just playing around Roche Pit right now. You're 10k ahead. V-Tune, he's leading the charge once again. He has that Silver Edge up and ready. Okay. He's actually shifted away from the Dezo as well on the CK. I just noticed he's going for SNY. Or Manta, actually.
Again, look, the Silver Edge play. They're just not ready for it. They're just not ready for the Silver Edge CK. As V-Tune sets up and catches another.
That's so much damage. Like, you hit them from the Silver Edge with the Reality Rift as well, or just with the crit. With the Echo Saber, obviously, part of it. It's a lot of damage coming from V-Tune. They're just circling. They're just circling around their base. This is exactly how you want to be playing when you know you're ahead. You're just forcing them to defend. The Queen of Pain. Okay, Supreme and Nature's Prophet can get out of their base, but even that is dangerous.
Oh, Supreme. Don't do this. Be careful. Oh, the Tornado still got him.
Has BKB?
Alright, he's out.
Yeah.
He's out. BKB charged down, but he's out. Supreme makes it away. V-Tune on the hunt again. His same area. Oh no, Charlie, that's a big one. Oh no, this has happened here before. Where's the preparation? Where's the detection?
Same spot.
Same spot.
Same exact
Same
spot.
play. Bigger kill this time. It's Charlie out of the game.
Sorry.
I mean, they didn't even tip him there. They felt bad for him. Fly to Moon. Oh no,
Charlie. Yeah, there were no tips.
Yeah.
This CK is doing extremely well in this game. I definitely understand Panel's reservations when it comes to...
We just don't see it.
Yeah,
and the top teams aren't playing it.
But I think we'll see a lot more of CK, especially with this combo of CK plus Grim.
V-Tune, he's owning it right now with the CK. And another easy Roche. Nothing to be done here from NiP without their Void. Bottom lane, Roger. Can he finish this off? He's got the Yules. Is there Sunstrike on its way? I guess no, it's on cooldown after Cataclysm.
Supreme?
Of course, no Sunstrike available. Supreme's in with the counterplay.
Needs to be careful though. They are coming.
He's popping the BKB, committing with the blink. Is the BKB long enough to let him TP out? It is.
It is.
So I guess the kill gets out.
That's another BKB used, but if you are NiP, you're happy with this because you force them to TP on that outpost, which means they're playing on their side of the map. You're just stalling time. You're not fighting a team fight when they have Aegis cheese. Even if you have Chrono, how do you go through all of this?
Oh, we go. shot in from Era. Tornado, that's going to be there in terms of counterplay onto Era. AMP down, Era's out of mana. See it from the side, V2 comes in, he's on top of the Nature's Prophet. A few hits from the Illusion, and he's got a Chronosphere. Oh no, just get out, just leave. Just leave. Rift out, fight over. Fight over. The not achieving much there, that Chrono.
Yeah, the zoning chrono, that's how they call it. At least Iceberg used the BKB. I guess that's the best you got out of that fight if you're an NiP fan, but it's not looking good.
17k lead now for Fly to Me. Up to the high ground they go. Fortification there. NiP, can they hold there without all? Charlie, careful. Careful, nearly gets gone on by V2. V2 ready to go in again. Sentry is down, so they will see.
This is where Underlord really comes into play, just this constant defense.
Supreme's got to be really careful. If he comes forward and gets caught with a cold snap and this CK punching into him, he's not going to get the chance to blink away.
Sadly for Saberlight, his spells don't work on wards.
Saberlight, he's coming. Cataclysm coming out. Saberlight's down. Charlie's going to jump in, looks towards Iceberg, but Iceberg pops the cheese in the BKB. Turns with Deafing Blast, puts the back. The Sonic it does kill off the CK to once. It's going to be round 2 for V2, and with that Aegis, the Soulbind linking the two of them. The BKB is going to wear off for the Void. The double rift drags back Charlie. Charlie gets the time walk off at the last moment, but Era is left behind. Era falls, 2 dead. Fly to Moon. They are set to take a second set of racks here by the looks of it. Roger going in deep towards the fountain there. Supreme will jump and try and force him away, but there's nothing that he can do to stop this CK.
They're taking the top side now, they're strolling back towards mid, and you have to be careful, he's on a...
Supreme! Get out of there, get out of there. How long till the chrono? That's going to be the sort of the last hurrah.
50 seconds. That last hurrah is far away.
Yeah, it's a long way away. A long way away. Or Supreme. And with the blink. Tornado juked to the side by Misha. He's trying to buy time. Supreme, he's dead. He's dead.
He has
buyback. Iceberg going to resume the tipping game. As that is the base in shambles here for NiP. Top lane, still a range rack standing, so it's at least not the mega creeps for them yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But in a couple of seconds, though.
Pretty inevitably.
Exactly.
Supreme.
4 seconds.
Oh, he's dead. He brought back for this.
That's it. You will have Chrono in 8 seconds.
They've got Chrono in 5. Now Charlie, he needs the best Chrono of his life right now. The best Chrono that he's ever found. Here we go. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually pretty good. That's actually. I'm not even. That's good. That's good. But is it good enough? He's managed to get one of them. He's got Iceberg. He's going to turn to V-Tune. He's getting the bashes. V-Tune's out. Era hooks us into Saberlight because why not? BKB put by Iceberg. Turns, kills Charlie. He's going for Era. He's dying. Era is out. Buybacks are coming out. Charlie's trying to fight, but the Deafening Blast is there. He's been disarmed. Toss it from Roger. He's got to get himself back to the fountain. We'll be able to do so with the time warp, so he'll live. He won't die. Roger is still getting forced back by the treants. Misha TPing back to the base. They'll pull him out to the side with the rift. 3 dead on NiP. It's left to Charlie and Saberlight to hold this one up. Scratch that. It's left to Charlie. They're going to call it. They're going to call it. It's GG. GG is called. And Fly to Moon. Again, another series where they will be the victors against NiP. This game 3, unfortunately for NiP, falling very, very quickly out of their control. And the CK crushed it. CK crushed it, and things just didn't work out for the Void. But never really was able to have his moment this game, Charlie.
Whenever you're playing with the Void, you really have to make use of every single chrono. The first one didn't go